Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, February the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So I need a couple of yeses. Make sure you guys can hear me and you can see there. Thank you very much, guys. You can hear me. You can see my screen. All right. Well, let's get at it. So a couple things. You notice this GLUU, G-L-U-U. Earnings play, but I guess more importantly, they've been bought by Electronic Arts. Big deal. GLUU, Electronic Arts, buying GLUU. And Tilray continues its foray into Europe. You know, I think this was the day they announced something to do with France, and then I think last week they had something, or they said something with another European country. Today it's the UK, United Kingdom. Look at this move for Tilray, T-L-R-Y. It's been on look at this, guys. I mean, this is not that long ago. This is just beginning, well, in fact, a month ago, Tilray was an $8 stock. Wow. Now we're talking about almost a $35 stock for Tilray, T-L-R-Y. And of course, the overall cannabis sector, you can just see what's been happening over the last few months. But even this month, I mean, we're only 9 days into this month, and look at the move for the cannabis sector. I think even CGC, I don't think it moved very much. CGC, I believe it had earnings today, February 9th, pre-market. Yes, so it had earnings today. Not a big move or anything, but you know, again, this is starting to approach its all-time highs. Other things happening. Now, I did see Bingo early on, BNGO. Let's see if it's holding its gains. BNGO. What did it get up to? Got up to 1281, so it's not too bad. It's holding a little bit. There is some news. Largest hospital diagnostic lab in Canada pilots the company's whatever drug they've got. Again, I'm just reading a headline. CHCI. Is it still up there? Yeah, not bad actually. CHCI, I don't see any specific news for it. Well, that's a massive gap. I don't see any specific news, which is crazy. There has to be something. It happened, it started after hours yesterday, CHCI. Unless this is no, it can't be a split. Yeah, I just don't see any news on it. Anyway, it's a huge move. And a very, very low float, 2.2 million in the float. ASRT, this came on the options play scan yesterday. And, you know, look at this. Look at after hours, a little bit of a move, but right now, up 17%. It's a big float, 103 million for a $1 stock, but pretty good volume. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. OTLK, let's see, is this still up? I always say that because, you know, when I start doing my pre-market work, I'm seeing a gapper, but by the time I start talking to you guys, it could have faded. Not bad. Up 384, that's pretty good actually. Look at the room this one has, OTLK. Look at the room it has. Let's see. HTBX. No trouble. Just had a contractor came over a little earlier than I thought. HTBX. There's a huge move up for HTBX. Positive data. I do see some news. Positive interim survival data for their drug. Huge move. Look at this, guys. HTBX up 100%. It's a it's a low float, 22 million in the float. QIWI, and that is another that's another nice gap, but more importantly, look left. So the next high looking left is 1225, so this stock is at 1208. Look left, and if it can take that out, I mean, it's got a shot. I don't see... Yeah, I just see some lawyers, class action suits, but I don't see any specific news for QIWI. Here's an earnings play, Corsair. A lot of people know Corsair. This is actually an earnings play. It's modestly up. What a run on this one. XONE, XONE. Again, here's another one. I mean, this is just the beginning of the year, an $11 stock, $58 now. XONE. AUVI, AUVI. Let's see, is it gap holding? Not bad. Well, it was up to $11, $11.12. Came all the way down to 6 something, so I don't know about this one. I mean, it is up 2.7 million in the float, so it's certainly it's a small float, low float. Again, driving me crazy. No, well, okay, they did announce the closing on an acquisition of Akita Holdings. Okay, so there is some news on it, such as it is. ITRM. Another big gap up, 40%. Look at the volume, 29 million. This is easily going to trade the float today. And when you look left, I mean, the next high looking left is around 246. I mean, right there is 214. So it's above that high right there on the weekly chart. So the next high is over here at 244. Again, I don't see any news. ZSAN. This is pretty active yesterday. Look at that gap yesterday. And it held. You know, look at this. It closed right near the high, and it continues now. ZSAN. Continuation. And this is not a low float, 76 million in the float. Look at great volume already. Oh, gosh, no. Glue? If I was holding that, that would be so many weeks ago. So the answer is no. KIQ, I kind of dumped on this one a little bit yesterday, but it surprised me. KIQ at the end, look at this after hours and now pre-market. That the after hours is right here, that mauve area, and the tan area right here is the pre-market. Look at this move, KIQ. So let's take a look. Looking left, the monthly is around 165. This area right there. It's not a super low float, 45 million. A lot of room if it can break out, keep breaking out. Look at this monthly volume. Huge move here. KALV, this is positive data. I'm sorry, yes, positive data. KALV, huge move. And this is a very low float for a $38 stock, 11 million in the float. Massive move for KALV. Positive data for their drug. Positive mid-stage KVD 900 trial data. MDVL, something to do with kiosks and Cigna. So there's a big move for it also. Fairly low float, 24 million in the float. Peri, P-E-R-I. You know, in advance of earnings yesterday or the last few days, it looked, here were the bets that were being placed, and earnings were released this morning, pre-market, and another gap up for PERI. Haynes is also, there's a lot to go over. Well, I mean, there's a ton of earnings plays now, of course, where lots and lots of earnings plays. Here's another one, Haynes Brands. People probably know this one. HBI, an earnings play. No, 3 o'clock. Come on, Zach. I had to close it yesterday because I had the cable guy came over early. That's all. AEZS, that had a nice little move after, at the end of the day. AEZS, it's down 24%. I'm going to keep watching this one though to see if it has can kind of retake this area. Had a tremendous move yesterday. All right, quickly take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our analysts. Actually, not too busy in either front. So let me just get some of these upgrades in. And of course, rumors are circulating that Apple is going to take a Bitcoin or get involved in Bitcoin, kind of like Tesla did. So you take a look at Mara and Riot. They're still. Remember, I said yesterday that I mean, completely up to you, but Mara, M-A-R-A. I'm going to put the chart up in a second here. Was an AI alert. And, based on how it closed and everything, you could have chosen to hold it. And, of course, it's all to do with crypto. So, I mean, if you believe in what's happening with crypto, then, those are the sort of things you can take a look at. BECN, I see a couple of upgrades for BECN. Let me take a look before I go to the downgrades. BECN. Okay, so this was an earnings play after hours. They released after hours, BECN. All-time, no, it's not it's not an all-time high, but... it's definitely has some room to run in that monthly chart, BECN. All right, take a look at some of the downgrades now. I see they're downgrading that big one from yesterday, the OCGN. When I say they, Chardan Capital Markets. I don't know if you hear that little bird in the background. Okay, just a few more downgrades to go. Okay, I see a downgrade for ESPR from Goldman. Let's take a look at what that one is doing right now. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Let's take a look at ESPR, see if it's being affected by that downgrade. A little bit. Yeah, there are some moving averages on my charts, yes. 8 EMA in orange and the 20 SMA in blue. All right, this is another one I'm just noticing now. See, I mean, there's so many gappers this morning. The purple lines, I think that is a Bollinger, or might be a Bollinger Band or something. This is not my layout. I mean, this is my pre-market layout, so I'm not sure what I have on these charts. Okay, I'm just looking at a couple of other... CHCI, it's holding. Again, I can't see any news on CHCI. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one, CHCI. There has to be something going on. I mean, it almost looks like this is a reverse split, but I mean, I know it can't be. Well, I shouldn't say can't be. Yes, Rodex here. Yes, RBBN that triggered on my options plays yesterday. That turned out to be extremely good. OBLG, what are you doing? OBLG? Yeah, this has a little bit of room. I mean, it's at 605 right now. I think the high's right there, 591, 537. So it's above these highs right there on the daily chart. So when you look left, it has a shot to get to that 7 level. This is OBLG. I see, the only thing I see is some analyst has initiated coverage. Oh, also, let's see, on the 2nd, well, that happened earlier. Oblong to move stock exchange listing to NASDAQ beginning, oh, wait a minute, February the 12th. Okay, so this is on Amex right now, OBLG. So it's going to be moving to the NAS on the 12th. Okay, so that is the news for, well, that is the forecasted news for OBLG, guys. So could be interesting. Moving to NASDAQ, it's putting a little bit of a move in now, OBLG. I'm hearing ESPR. And again, this is the Goldman downgrade, ESPR. See what it did yesterday? It tried to get through that 200-day moving average, broke it a little bit, 36.36. It closed up here at 37, but now it's gapping down below the 200-day moving average. And that is ESPR. Obviously, that Goldman downgrade is affecting it. Yeah, this is not just from a hold to neutral or from a buy to neutral. This is a sell. And they're being pretty aggressive about this. Goldman is pretty aggressive about this. Downgrades ESPR to sell, announces a $24 price target. So they're being pretty aggressive on the downside for ESPR, for what it's worth. This is another earnings play, guys. I didn't talk about this one. I mean, it gapped way up here, $9. It's pulled way back now. It is an earnings play, AWRE. I mean, it's still a nice gap, but always have to worry a little bit about something that gapped up to 910, and then it fell all the way down to 571. But it is an earnings play, so it's obviously going to be active. 12 million in the float. Yeah, I can't. I mean, if I went on Twitter or somewhere, there would have to be some reason for this. It doesn't happen just because. But I cannot find any reason for this at Comstock. And when I first saw it, I thought it might have been a reverse split that we weren't aware of. But it doesn't appear to be. Good morning, Derek. Yeah, MSTR. Not familiar with these. Is it MSTR? Wow, are they really up here, $1,100? Wow. I guess this is sort of a crypto play, I guess, of some sort. Yeah, I'm just not too aware of this company. All I know is that what a run it's had. I mean, 182 to $1,100. Look at this. Look at this. The last, never mind that. The last 3 months plus this month. I mean, we're nine days into this month. Man, MSTR. All right, guys. Well, I am now going to change layouts and get into my layout that I use when the market opens. All right, and as always, if you want to follow along my watch list up and down, you can access from the toolbar. Click on New Channel Bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list right here. Okay, now, that's what I thought. I thought it was a crypto play. I thought MSTR was a crypto play. I mean, in terms of holding a lot of Bitcoin. Yeah, wow. So anyway, my watch list. So you'll get these three windows plus a couple of, remember, a couple of charts. But remember, everything in here is a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. And nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is on purpose. And I'll be eagerly awaiting my moving higher with unusually strong options. See what sort of alerts we get today. We had some great ones yesterday. And if you want to have any one of my scans that I'm sharing, all you have to do is from my homepage there where it says Barry's homepage, in the one of the tabs in the main trading room, click on that. And then where it says Barry's homepage, just click on that link. And right here for the scan, for the scans that I'm sharing, click here, and here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay? All right, give me one moment before we get rolling. Just give me one moment. All right, so we've got a couple of minutes before the market opens, minute and a half. I saw Infi this morning. It was on the way down, wasn't it? INFI. I saw it was on the way down. Yeah, it's a big drop here, 22%. Again, don't see any specific news on it. Drive me crazy. Don't see any news on these. Take a look at ZOM. That's been on a tremendous run. So it's a little bit softer, little softer today, but not a lot. Look at the volume, 60 million shares already for ZOM. Ooh, Jay, that sounds not good. Yeah, let's take a look at Mara. You know, as I said yesterday, you know, this is and we're open. Sorry, guys, we're now open. But, you know, this was a great alert from the AI yesterday. And I said, well, listen, I mean, It's got no resistance, really. You wanted to hold this if you believe in what's happening with crypto. I mean, that's the whole thing, isn't it? All right, let's see what's happening here. ASRT, it's surprising me. 103 million in the float, dollar stock. That is quite a bit. Still has some room. The next high looking left is about $1.50, and after that around $1.70. Had a big day yesterday. I want to keep an eye on this APRE. It hasn't completely broken out yet, but just look at this weekly chart. Look how much room it's got. APRE. Here's HBI on the move. Wow, look at this. Look at the volume that just came into HBI. This is an earnings play. HBI. Wow, it's above all these areas now, guys. Look at this. There was the next high looking left was 1774. It blasted through that. HBI on the move. Look at this. What a move. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15. I like to see things settle down a little bit. Now, this might just keep running, but all right, so this one just got halted on the way down. CHCI just got halted on the way down. Wow, HBI just exploding. Another move for clean energy, CLNE. Another move. It's above yesterday's high. Well, as I say, HBI. We got cut off? Okay. All right, well, here's a really cheap one. I know some of you like the cheap one. So ACST, it's challenging that $1 level. The high last month was $1.09. I mean, you can see that if it can break out, I mean, it's got a ton of room, and that is the ACST. And what to say about HBI? Just a complete breakthrough on earnings. All right, what are you doing? CYTH? Another one just... okay, this is I guess this was an IPO back here. I guess, CYTH. Either an IPO or a symbol name change. Hard to tell. This would have been a symbol name change for sure. CYTH, rippage, positive data from clinical. So they did have some news this morning. CYTH. And guess what? CYTH just got halted. 1536, looking left, is the next high. This is stacking up to be, just trying to see if looks like there's going to be a big gap on it. So far, no. 1470 is what I'm seeing stacking up. The under a buck stock was ACST. Okay, ACST. So you can see last month the high was $1.09. Look at HBI. Again, guys, yeah, I mean, I don't trade in the first 15 typically, and I run the risk of this sort of thing happening. But c'est la vie. Too many times I've seen things like this, and then a huge drop before things settle down. So, but HBI just continued through that 200. Well, that's the week. Sorry. OCGN. Well, as always, Red Girl, I don't know how new you are to trading, but you say you're in it from yesterday. Hopefully you have a stop, a price where you were going to get out when the trade didn't work, when the trade started working against you. I have no idea where you got in. If you're down here, great. If you're up here, not so great. All right, so what is the market doing? So Goodyear Tires, GT, a little move. Oh, it's an earnings play also. Look at this move for GT. Big float, 230 million in the float. It's a big move for GT though with that float. It is an earnings play released pre-market. You don't really see that much action. Glue is a buyout, Sonny. So I don't know if it's really moving. It's a buyout by Electronic Arts. Yeah, so that's why this is it's just probably going to stay right here. Well, I guess all we had to do was buy HBI and retire. Look at HBI. Okay, this is another earnings play, ALLT. This is an Israeli stock, ALLT. Another earnings play. Nice little gap up here, taking out last month's high. And we just have another halt, OTLK. Look at this. Look at the volume that came in. OTLK. Talked about this a little bit in the pre-market. See if there's any specific news on it. Yeah, don't see any. Sorry, guys. Just don't see any specific news on it. It's just been a runner. Look at this. I mean, an 86. Oh gosh, 86-cent stock. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days ago. And again, we're going crazy on the halts. AUVI, it got halted and just resumed. AUVI. And this is getting close. I mean, this high over here is $11 on the monthly chart. As you're talking about SENS. Yes, it is. Let's see. Next high is looking left. So it's far enough away. I mean, 423, there's 486. So, I mean, if it could get up to that area, of course, that'd be a great percentage move still. CYTH opened higher. What did it get? It was halted at 1461, so 1486 now. And looking left, the high is 1531. Looking left, again, this is not an IPO. This had to be. They changed the symbol, so it looks like an IPO here. And AZS, yeah, it's getting hammered on the way down. Here's another one that was halted and just resumed. AEI. Yeah, I'm going to stick an alert down here for this KALV in this area here and see if it takes it out. This has definitely had a huge drop from the highs, $51 down to 35. This is KALV. Meanwhile, CYTH is just, well, what to say? You know, Lily, if you're in the room, I think you're in the room. You're right. I mean, we're in a chase market. It's, you know, it's just not my style, but I mean, there are a lot, and I'm not recommending it at all. But man, oh man, I mean, there are some moves that, you know, there's not really what I call, I mean, I suppose an argument could be made right here for CYTH in order to get in, but man. Well, they're tough for me to trade. It's just not, you know, I like to see things settle down just a little bit. So it's just hard for me to break out of that mindset. And then, of course, we get into the FOMO, the fear of missing out, the FOMO. All right, so I think this one is moving along with Tilray. I can't remember anymore. Are these the guys who are doing deals with Tilray, TLRY? Tilray has a stake in them, or vice versa. I cannot remember anymore because because Tilray just exploded this morning on that UK news. If it's holding, yeah, it's kind of holding. Look at the volume. Oh, it's AFA. Thank you. Okay, Bad Bob. It's AFA, APHA. I knew it started with an A. Okay, well, you look, guys, the cannabis plays. Look at MJ. Take a look at this. I mean, I was, you know, dumping all over MJ for months and months. Well, rightly so. I mean, it was doing nothing. And then, you know, from here, I mean, we've almost doubled. The index has almost doubled from the low. That's 14. It's almost at 28 now. And OGI, another little cannabis play. And AEI just got halted on the way down. And then Veru from yesterday. So this is actually, no, this is earnings tomorrow, pre-market tomorrow. So in advance of earnings, the bets are being placed. VERU. Had a great day yesterday. Well, an interesting day yesterday. Remember, it got up to 1461 and sold off a lot. But it is, you know, it's taking out yesterday's high easily now. Okay, guys, we do have one now in the options play. So this is what I see. I mean, it's not terrible, but the next high looking left is 455, and then into this 470 level. So it doesn't have a lot of room, not a lot of room. I wish this weren't here. This is what I'm talking about. There's the alert from my options plays, 432. But, you know, there is this resistance that's not that far away. Now, it doesn't mean it's not going to explode through it, but I'm going to back off it for a while anyway. Well, here's your little cannabis play just exploding. And look at this. I mean, it's, you know, $250 million in the float. So, I mean, this is a huge move for this with that amount in the float. Now, guys, again, I could be completely wrong that this could be a major resistance area for EVOK, but you know, and again, I could be completely wrong. EVOK is definitely moving. Yeah, here's another cannabis play. I mean, ACB, what sort of room does this have? 1689 is the next high looking left, I believe, on that weekly chart. So we've got ACB, OGI on the move. AUVI, guys, just opened after their halt. Again, bets being placed ahead of earnings tomorrow. VERU. Well, guys, if you took this one, I mean, it's not too bad still. I mean, if it breaks through there, then it's got room. It's got a lot of room. EVOK. And then it looks like it's breaking through. If you took it, then the next area to be aware of is that 5 level. All right, I know a lot of you are following Sundial. Just one moment, please. All right, wow, look, I mean, HIMX, pre-market action right here, pre-market action, market opens, and this had news. HIMX had news, or has news. Yes, I think it had news. Codex, CODX, another one on the move. Look at the room this one has, guys. I mean, CODX, look at the room it's got. Yeah, when I say that, look left on that weekly chart. The next high is way up here at 20, what, 26 something. On the monthly chart, the same thing. That'll be about the same. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying that, you know, at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. All right, so EVOK, where did it stall? Stalled right around this area that I thought it might stall. Let's see if it takes it out. Ah, man, there it is, EVOK. I mean, this decision for me to make here. Again, I'll never tell you guys to buy or sell. You know, you have to has to meet your trading plan. It has to make sense to you. Wow. So a couple of great alerts so far. VERU from my watch list, 1655. Got up to 1730. This one could get really moving again. ASRT 141. Looking left, well, there's a high looking left at 169 and 171. So we're, getting a little bit close to these highs on that monthly chart. Doesn't mean it won't rip through it, but if it could, then look left, 350. All right, so KALV has not broken down through here, so I'm assuming, Zach, you did not take this short, KALV. Well, guys, here, of course, is probably when I say the safest, probably the most well-known cannabis play, CGC. It is an earnings play. Didn't really do that much in the pre-market. It was only up even 1% or something. Market is open. This is an earnings play, CGC. So it's taken all this out on the daily chart. And AUVI got halted now on the way down. It's a big drop, guys. It was 14. Remember, this is a 2-minute chart. So it was all the way up to almost 14, dropped down to 1150. Very whippy. Here's another one that is on fire, ACTG. Look at the volume coming into ACTG. And what sort of float? Modest, well, not a low float, 47 million in the float. So it's above yesterday's or last week's high now, ACTG. Wasn't this one of the original virus plays, CODX? It just got beaten up. CODX. I thought so. I remember these days. Well, this day, I remember this. I remember the drop. I remember the pop, and then I remember it just getting slammed. Okay, it's resting a little bit here. All right, what is this one doing? DYNT, this is another little one. DYNT, look at the float, 9 million in the float. February 11th, so earnings are upcoming. I think that's Thursday, pre-market. Look at the room it's got, DYNT. Look left on that monthly chart, 267 is the next high. Same on the weekly chart. Actually, I'm wrong. The next high is at $2 on the weekly chart. So it has a little bit of room to run, DYNT. SONM, I know IJA, yes, SONM. Maybe some resistance around 156 or so. Again, I mean, doesn't just obviously doesn't necessarily mean just because you have a big topping tail that's going to stop it, but I'd like to see them not there. But look left, massive gap if it wants to keep going. SONM, probably it's not a low float, 51 million in the float. HTBX, yeah. So I'm not a big pullback player, but I mean, obviously, a couple of bottoming tails right there on the 15-minute chart. What did it get to in the pre-market? I mean, that's a big pullback. I mean, 1938 all the way down to 30. I mean, there were $6 pullbacks. That's not a lot of confidence. I mean, you'd have to, for me, it would really have to start basing a lot. I mean, it may pop, it may drop. It would have to start basing a lot before I'd want to take this one again. Not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. CRLBF. Is that a CRLB? Is that a pink sheet stock? Yeah, so I don't really look. I mean, look, it's had a great run for a pink sheet stock. I mean, it's a great break on the weekly. I just don't trade the pinks. But I'm surprised. Is it dual listed? Look at I mean, guys, these are whippy, okay? So they're not easy to intraday trade. But I mean, again, if you believe in what might start happening again, there's rumors that Apple is going to sink some money into Bitcoin, like Tesla did over the weekend. A lot of rumors that that's going to happen. But I mean, it got down to 33.44, and now it's a $4.50 pop. You could pop the chat out, B Doc. I haven't seen this I think here you can pop the chat out. I think this gear icon right there. I think. Yeah, detach chat. Do you see the color? You see the palette right there? Right beside it, it says detach the chat. So you can actually pop the chat out. Okay? Hopefully you saw that. It's a gear icon. You click on the gear icon, and then you should get this sort of a menu. And right beside the color palette, detach chat. It should. I don't. I mean, I don't obviously detach. Well, I detach the chat like this for me, but it should show the tabs, I think. Disable sound alerts. Okay, well, you can disable them all in one fell swoop if you want. So from the toolbar, if you look at between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing, there is a sound toggle. Okay, or sound icon. It's a toggle on and off. Okay, so if you see that slash, that means you've turned it off. Otherwise, if you just want to turn off one alert window, you just right click on it, Properties, Actions, and uncheck the Play Sound. I don't make any advice, Kyle. It's not like I don't tell anybody. I don't advise. All we do is we're taking a look at ideas. If I'm going to get into something, typically this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, okay, guys, kind of like this. I mean, I'm just making as an example. If it could take out HTBX, I might put a price alert at the high right there. If it gets up to that area, I'm going to get interested in taking the trade. So, but I'm not going to say, okay, guys, I'm in this trade. Everybody else should be too. But I don't know how you took the trade. Did you just, if you just chased it? I mean, I just don't chase. So I really can't comment. Okay, this one is on the way down. IRWD on the way down here. Not an earnings play, no. So there's some support. Looks like there's some pretty decent support around $10 for IRWD. And the market now, so the SPY is trying to get back to positive. Dow's down a little, NASA's up a little mild disconnect in the market right now. All right, so this one now, MFGP. Take a look at this one. I mean, it is an earnings play, pre-market earnings play. You can see what it did. MFGP, guys, there's the alert at 7 again from my watch list. Again, this doesn't mean you take the trade. I mean, you have to look at how is it trading. Take a look left. So, I mean, this has got a ton of room. I mean, what can I say? It's got a ton of room. On the weekly chart, it's already broken out of this. So when you look left on that weekly chart, again, I'm not saying it's going to get to 880, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Yeah, you're right. AUVI is right back. I mean, these are big drops. I mean, big percentage drops. Hard to. I mean, if you're going to trade one of these, you can't take very many shares because you'll get whipped out if you put proper stops in place. MFGP guys, I can't tell you to take the trade, but okay, just waiting for the next one from my options plays there. So, I mean, this broke above. I mean, so if you had taken this trade at 432, I mean, it got up to 480. I mean, that's a tremendous percentage increase before it really fell down. I was anticipating that it might only get up to about 460, which for me, would not have been enough room. I mean, had I had I known it was going to get up to 480, of course I would have taken the trade. So aren't these the guys that say UV will get rid of the virus, something like that? And I'm talking about AUVI. Isn't that their claim to fame? Here's another one that is just starting to move here. Look at the volume that just came into BOXL. Let's see. So you look left. So it's already above last week's high. Looking left, 305 is so I mean it's got probably some pretty tough resistance right around 3. We're at 287 right now. If somehow it can get through 3, then I mean you look at 471. If somehow it can get through 3. Well, almost. I mean, it's a great pullback, but it's a $4 pullback. But can't dispute the fact that this pulled back and then just zipped AUVI, and we don't have. I don't even have a float for it. Or wait a minute, I think there we go. So one of the reasons why something like this can happen. Look at the float, 2.7 million in the float. Crazy low float. The float is the available stock, or the stock that is available to trade. And I consider anything under 20 million pretty low. So obviously 2 million is insanely low. When a stock, for whatever reason, traders want it, this is what can happen. So there's 2 million in the float. It's already traded 25 million. So it's going to trade this float probably by the end of the day. Could be 20 times. It's already almost 10 times the float that is traded. Okay, Fred, SNOA. Well, if you want a completely blank slate, Night Fox, I mean, you can Windows, and then you can close all your windows, and all you'd have is a toolbar, if that's what you want. I'm not sure exactly what you want, but yeah, so the other way. Yeah, so it is exactly the other way now. KALV. Yeah. Little four-legged friend. Well, typically, listen, I know you're brand new, but typically, once you get a layout that you like, you'll be using that layout over and over and over again. So when you exit trade ideas, and then you'll just say, it'll ask you, do you want to save your layout? You'll say yes. And then tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, your layout will appear. Wow. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. For the AUVI, I don't see any specific news. Franchise, yes, in theory. You may see some stocks in there, and we're trying to get it to work a little bit better. But in theory, yes, franchise. Okay? Because you may see some other stocks. You say, well, why is that grouped in? Okay? So, but yes. So for instance, here is Marathon, okay? So if I pop it out, here are the competitors. So I mean, we know that Mara, we know Riot, we know BTBT. I can't speak to the rest of them. I don't see why Corn is in there. I mean that we're trying to get it a lot better. But yes. So if I pop this out right now, Then I could just track. Yeah, see, I don't, it's lumped into this commodity contracts dealing for whatever reason. Be nice to have a crypto, but we do have a crypto channel, I believe. New channel bar. Let me just see if we have a crypto channel. I think we still do. And the answer is blockchain crypto. Okay, so we do have a crypto channel. Remember though, guys, everything in here is a layout. So before you click on anything in the channel bar, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have the one layout loaded at a time. Oh, that's right. I did. I guess I did see some news on it. Yeah, about closing of the subsidiary. You're absolutely right. Yeah, for whatever reason, that has just caused this to. But again, 2.7 million in the float. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Another all-time high, HIMX. So, almost straight up on the 15s, almost. A little pullback on the 2s, and then I guess an argument to be made. You could have taken it around 1650 or so. Boy, this is going to be some short when those of you who can short AUVI, but just waiting to see if, well, it resumed. And it just got halted. Got halted again. You're wondering, so we do have the halt resumes, one of these scans that I'm sharing. So far, only one from the options window. We had a lot yesterday, quite a few yesterday by this time, but only the one so far. Oh yeah, I don't swing trade that much, Kyle. Okay. So yeah, I mean, if I were in, I can't even remember anymore. I think you're probably right. I probably was in PHUN, but not. I would probably never swing something like that. Guys, EKSO. So EKSO, big day yesterday, though it did sell off. And now it's continuing its drop a little bit here. Maybe 9 will hold it. EKSO. All right, things have settled down a little bit now. Not getting as many alerts. Typical after the first half hour to 45 minutes when it's absolutely frantic. All right, there you go, Fred. There is your 10 for the SNOA. So Fred in our YouTube room has been talking about this one. So yeah, you look left on the SONA. It's got room, weekly chart. Again, I'm not saying it's getting to 15, but 10, big psychological number to try to get through. Right now, I mean, it's a little tough, 990, 1007 on the bid ask. So there's no answer to that. How long do I stay in a trade? I mean, typically I'm intraday trading, and if I am going to swing, I'm not usually I'm not holding for weeks or anything like that. But there's no like pat answer. Well, I only stay for 2 days or. ACST, what is it doing? Yeah, I mean, well, okay. The high looking left is $1.09. If it can take out $1.09, I'm going to put on a little around $1.13. See if it clears it. Then, I mean, it's got a ton of room on a percentage basis. Thank you, John. Keep an eye on BSQR, guys. This was a big one from yesterday, I believe. Yes, it can be very whippy. Look at that topping tail, 880. It sold all the way down to 3, so that's not a lot of confidence. But, it's on the move again. BSQR, low float. Good. I'm kind of waiting for my next options play. I only had the one so far, the Evoke. Okay, just looking at some of the ones that appeared in the watch list. And another halt again. Oh, resumed. Okay, on the way down now. AUVI again. I have no shorts for that one. At Interactive Broker, no shorts available. I mean, they could locate them, but I'm not. I don't do that. Well, typically they're 5 minutes. Typically, this is a 10:13, 26 seconds, 10:18, 26 seconds. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. Sometimes they're not. If it's not, then it's usually a multiple of 5. Certainly no less than 5. But I would say that 95%, yeah, right back up, right back up. I mean, these are wild swing, guys. I mean, look at this is a 2-minute chart. Bottoming right there at 1646. And remember now, this is less than 2 minutes. It tacks on $3. So if you're going to trade these, you cannot take very many shares. Otherwise you'll just get whipped out. But now we are through 20. No, 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 no. No, this is filters in place. We don't. I mean, we don't look at options. We don't scan for options. This is just the stock, just moving higher with unusually strong options. That's all. Okay, so we do have an option. We do have some option filters. So that's what I'm using in here. I'm just trying to find stocks that are having unusually strong option days in terms of contracts. So say a stock normally trades 2,000 contracts a day. In this particular case, it would have to trade 10,000 contracts. Has to be 5 times for it to appear in here. So you'll see right here, EVOK. See, look at the option volume today. I mean, it's 30 times. So the total options, I mean, 12,000. So this is a extremely high option day for it, but I'm not trading the option. What wasn't halted? But AUVI was halted. Now it's unhalted. Oh, interfaith. Let's see if I can help you. How do you set what back to the default? Guys, you should get, okay, if you're new to trade ideas, I mean, I share a lot of scans. I'm going to go over a lot of this right now. I mean, another couple of minutes. I share a lot of scans. You should build a layout, okay? And then save your layout. And that's the layout that you'll probably be using for the rest of your time at Trade Ideas with some minor changes. You could add a window in every now and then, take one out, one that you don't think is producing, but you'll probably have a layout that you'll stick with for a long time. Anything is possible with that AUVI. Again, I mean, do we think this news, on the acquisition that it's done, should be making it go up 320%? Doesn't matter what we think, excuse me, and it's halted again. So again, interfaith, when you say how to reset back to default, like what are you talking about? When you say it, what are you talking about exactly? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, guys, another one. When I say another one in the options plays. Very whippy. Very, very whippy. Okay, well, just right click on the alert window, just right click on it, and properties, actions, and then check that play sound. Set up the sound. You can go text to speech if you want. Only one of them, because each alert window should have a distinct sound. And otherwise, then use custom sound, check that, select, and here are the folders. Each folder has some sound alerts in there. You can experiment, you can click on one, open it, play it. If you like it, say okay a couple of times, and then it will attach. All right, guys, we had a winner. We have a winner. Trying to answer questions and trading at the same time. And wow, we have a winner though, and hopefully some of you guys got this one. It was whippy. There it was, BSQR. Started talking about this actually before, and look at this. We're at over $1 now on BSQR. Now I've taken some out. This is, pretty whippy, but BSQR. Oh yeah, you can have multiple layouts, Darius, but you can only have one layout loaded at a time, okay? Wow. Big winner, guys. Big, big, big winner from the option plays. Huge winner. Okay, okay, Intervent. If you're talking about individual Windows scans that if you save them to the cloud, you just load from cloud, and then you can pick and choose what you want to get rid of. For whatever reason, it's taking a while to load. Yeah, what's going on here? Okay, so if you saved, as you call it, junk, if you save things to the cloud, hopefully you did. I've been, tell everybody to save everything to the cloud. Then you can go in and delete. Okay? That's up to you, Kyle. I'm not telling anybody when to get in or out of anything, okay? Something that moves so quickly, it depends how many shares you took, where your stop was, but something that moves so quickly and also has a history of doing something like this. Look what happened 2 days ago. It got all the way up to 880 and it closed way down here. So you've got to be awfully careful. So I can't tell you where you should take profit. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? It's 10:27. I am going to, because you guys are asking me about my option, my moving higher with unusual option. So I'm going to go over what I normally do about 3 minutes from now. I'll do it a little bit earlier. Yeah, how much your risk per trade is going to be based on your account size, okay? I mean, I talk about if you had a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. I know there are some general rules of thumb out there, maybe 1%, or 0.5%, or 2%. You might get other people. I'm not an investment advisor like that, okay? But maybe if you're brand new to trading, doesn't matter what your account size is. Maybe, well, as long as it's, at least 5,000, but maybe you risk $50 a trade just to get a taste for it. Okay, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. So, in the room, you'll see there is one tab that is called Barry's Home Page. Okay, Barry's Home Page. If you click on that, you'll see a link to my home page. And that's what I'm going to click on right now. Holy smokes, BSQ, wow. I'm watching it. I've already taken some out, but all right. If you want to take out a subscription, this is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, all in caps, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And if you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is how much Trade Ideas does cost. Okay, so we have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus, will we hit 10? $10.68 a year is standard minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That is the main reason people will take our premium service to check out the AI. I'm going to go over that. You don't have to take out an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. 118 or 228, less the 15%. First month only, though. Remember what I'm saying. We get a lot of people say, "Hey, how come I'm paying full price?" Well, you get the discount on the first month only. Okay, if you go month to month. More information from my homepage. The trade of the week, kind of a sketchy one right now. It was okay for a while yesterday. But anyway, you can sign up for it, the trade of the week. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap. It's had some technical issues yesterday, so I couldn't get it done, but I do a recap video. Now, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. So for those of you who are looking for my scans, there they are. And here is the moving higher with unusually strong options. This is this one right here, okay, which gave us the wonderful BSQR. But I'm sharing a lot of other scans. I don't share a layout. You know, I don't want to make a layout with all these scans in it. It's way too many scans to have. So what I do is I create all these different windows. You can kind of pick and choose what you might like to take a look at. A lot of education from this link right here. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I really encourage you to take a look at this one, the 20 short lessons. Well, we have two trade rooms, okay? I call this the main one, okay? There's a lot more traders in here, a lot more interaction. I do also monitor, we have a YouTube room. It's the same, in essence, it's the same, okay? They see my screen, they can hear me also, just not as much interaction. So, again, the 20 lessons in 20 days, when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. You know, what is a top list, building a top list, an alert window, creating one, etc. All of the basic features of Trade Ideas in here. So I really strongly recommend that you take a look at that. Spend the time. They're not videos, it's all text-based, okay? But spend the time to get accustomed to Trade Ideas. If you don't have our product, you can still do the same thing. You can see what sort of features that we do have to offer. Now, I mentioned YouTube. We have a YouTube room also. So I take a break at 12 o'clock, and from 12 to 1 in the YouTube room, another trader takes over. Today is Tuesday, so that will be Steve, and he is the originator of the Trades of the Week, so you can go over there. I'll post the link in before I take my break at noon if you want to head over there. And the guys in the YouTube are typically more swing traders than I am, okay? And daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. Educational videos here. We have a lot of educational videos that we've done and some ebooks that we created. All right, so a lot of information in that education link. And again, all of that can be accessed. Just find my tab, Barry's homepage, okay? In the main trading room, right there. Barry's homepage, right there. You click on it, and this is what you get. There is my link, right there. Well, sort of. You know, there been an 8-year. Okay, the question was Trade Ideas scanner in E-Trade. Very, very, very old scanners. Okay, they hadn't updated in about 8 years, I think. Don't know, JB. Don't know. All right, guys, now I want to talk about Trade Ideas in general and what we are. We're a scanner. I mean, it might sound obvious, but we are a scanner. That's what we do. It doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have, you can use Trade Ideas. I get the question all the time. Well, I have this platform, can I use you? Of course you can. We are a scanner. So at the very, very worst, and I'll explain what I mean, at the very worst, when you see an alert within Trade Ideas, you would type that symbol into your order entry into your brokerage platform, and then from there you can trade it. Okay, that's at the very worst. Why I say at the very worst, we do have a tool called external linking, in which we can link with many brokerage platforms. All linking does is, if you can establish a link, it just is a time saver. So instead of having to type, say I see NCTY, instead of having to type it in, it'll automatically load into my order entry, and then from there I trade it. One of the things we do at Trade Ideas is one of the things we don't do is make you learn a programming language. We don't link with no, I don't think we do. That's one we don't link with, Webull. So we don't make you learn a programming language, all right? So what you see here, what I've created here, it's called Basic New Highs and Lows. Again, one of the ones I'm sharing. And so what I've done is I've created this alert window with these filters in place. You know, I like to see stocks between 1 and 20. The current volume is at least 4, meaning it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum, number of shares, etc., etc. Okay, these are the filters that I've used to, kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. If a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these symbols in here. Okay? Now, you mean a dark theme in terms of the charts? Only the charts. No, we don't have a dark theme overall. The charts, you can have a dark, you can go like that. Okay, that's what I have down in the SPY. Okay, that's it though. So you, of course, can create your own alert window with the ideas that you want to see. You right click, configure. I'm not going to show you, that 20 lessons will show you how to do this. All I'm showing you here is here are all of the alerts that we have. Lots and lots of alerts, different alerts. And I'm going to go down here. When you see this icon here, these are the filters. So we have created many, many alerts, many, many filters. Typically, the average person has enough. We have enough alerts and filters for them, so they can create the scenario that they'd like to see. So there is no programming language that you have to learn. It's kind of a la carte. You kind of pick and choose and create your own scan if you want to. Yeah, Marcus, you can't do it. You know what I want? Info at Trade-Ideas and ask, best coming from our customers. Just a minute. Coming from our customers, more powerful than coming from me. This is something that I'm able to do because, they wanted to, because I'm sharing my screen to make it more visible. It's not an option though. It was within the programming of the chart. So, but it's not a, in other words, it's not properties and you can just do it. It's not customizable for you guys. Meanwhile, just phenomenal moves on these small caps. OGI, again, we've been talking about this one, seems right from the open. Yeah, I'm not great on pullback scanners, okay, but 2 minutes, guys. Don't usually get this excited, but this is awesome. Remember, and I didn't even see this one, OGI. It's probably a little extended, but who knows? OGI at 489, but who cares? 826 on that alert. There's a $3 move on an $8 stock. So off the top of my head, I just don't know how you create a 2-minute pullback scanner. Okay, on the top of you can. Let me just see something here. 2 minute. See if we can have something like. Okay, 2 minute. So we have a 2 minute hammer. Yeah, I just don't use 2 minutes very often. So 2 minute range. So you could, 2 minute range. You could put it at the bottom of the 2 minutes. Okay, the 2 minute range. You could try this. You could try change in 2 minutes, I guess. You know, you could try these filters. I mean, I just have no experience with trying to do a 2-minute pullback. Okay, 2-minute RSI. You know, that could be a pullback also. So you can try any one of those and just see what sort of what sort of alerts you're getting from them. Okay, so I've asked. So this is what I call Daniel. This is the main trading room. Okay, so there's a link for it. All right. I want to talk a little bit about the AI and what the AI is all about, and then I'll talk about what Brokerage Plus is, etc. Okay, so all right, so Aija is recommending trying the 2-minute RSI below 20. Okay, you can try that. You have somebody from our YouTube room that would be his suggestion on a 2-minute pullback. So the 2-minute RSI, put the max at 20 and just see what happens. Aija, there's so much going on, man. Well, all the scans that I'm sharing are on my homepage. All right, guys, so I do want to talk about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine for those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. And of the 50 strategies, quite a few of them made the cut. Why did they make the cut? They had the right profit factor, win percentage combination, and some other factors determine why a strategy makes the cut. Personally, I don't care what strategies make the cut. All I care about is showing me the alerts we get from them. Okay? So to see the alerts that you're going to get, click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window. I would incorporate this as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. And then what I do, and you use the AI any way you want, I use it like a watch list. Okay, so I'm constantly looking at the ones that are up the most. If I miss the initial entry, it might give me an entry later on, but I use it like a watch list. No idea. It's I was asked, when is TD Ameritrade, TOS, and AI going to be able to use, well, when you say available, you're talking about using Brokerage Plus, right? That's what you're talking about. I mean, obviously you don't need to use Brokerage Plus to trade. You get an alert here, you can, and if you want to trade it, you just click on the alert, and now it'll load into your brokerage platform and you can trade it. Okay, so you don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus right now, though. So this is what we call, this is the Brokerage Plus window. And this is only available if you're using our app. It's not available with the web-based version. So we do have a special arrangement with IB, Interactive Brokers. So if you happen to have an now we're not a partner with them. Don't get the, they don't really care if we connect to them or not, but we're able to connect to them. So if you wanted to, you could use this window right here that we call Brokerage Plus to trade. And I'm just going to pop that into the room. Brokerage Plus does not work with E-Trade yet. We're hoping soon. Don't ask me when. And I can't tell you when they Ameritrade. We thought we were going to have both of them right now. We ran into a major problem with TDA. So I would think that the first one will be E-Trade. I don't know when it's going to happen, okay? So don't ask me. I just don't know when it's going to happen. Right now, though, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you click on that, and it's a video, and it's going to show you how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus in order to trade your Interactive Brokers account. So You don't have to use it though. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus to with trade ideas. Okay. Or remember, we're a scanner. So, if if you see a symbol, at the very worst, you just have to type it into your order entry. The next step is being able to establish a link, so you don't have to go through that step all the time. But it's not mandatory. This is just a way in which, if you wanted to, you could trade from within Trade Ideas, linked to your Interactive Brokers account. So you're not trading from within Interactive Brokers. You're actually using this window to trade. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, I suppose it's a more pleasing look than from within IB. You could say that. You can also do things like, let's just say you click on Mogo and you want to trade it. You take a look at the chart. You say, yes, I want to trade that Mogo. Look at that, 884, 925. So you go back, you right click, hover over trade. Notice that I've got these buying and shorting options that I have prepared ahead of time. How did I do that? Watch the video. So at this point now, I can pick how I want to trade it, and this is what we call one-click trading. So that is another reason why you might want to use it. Not mandatory, okay? But it's available as an option if you want to do it. I think one of the major reasons for using this Brokerage Plus window, though, especially if you're new to trading, or you want to practice some of your, some trades that you're not sure of, you use it as a simulator. You see, I've clicked on Sim. I'm in simulation mode right now. So I say this every day. If you are new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading, paper trading, simulation trading. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you've got. Okay? You notice I've got these two in here. These are simulated trades that were taken yesterday, and so because I didn't exit them, they carry forward to today. So you can practice swing trading also. Okay? Daniel? Info at trade, don't make it to me, info at trade-ideas.com, okay? And you can send that right to them. So, how do you use this? Well, you notice that when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I'm shorting it, I'll sell it. And if I click on buy, I'm going long. Yeah, you can. Now, if you just want to practice trading, it's using our real-time data, Nightfox. So if you just want to practice trading, you don't even need a brokerage account. If you just want to practice trading before you get going. Because it's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter. It's not using our brokers. It's our data vendor who we pay for the data from. It's using our real-time data. Yeah. So alerts. Again, an alert window. Just right-click, go to Properties, Actions, and just follow. Click on the Play Sound, set up the sound. You can use one text-to-speech, and I always say one. The whole idea of sound alerts is you put a different sound alert on the different windows, okay? Because, eventually, and you shouldn't have so many windows open, but let's say you had 4 or 5, and you have 4 or 5 distinct sounds. Eventually, you'll learn when you hear a sound, you'll know exactly which window to look at. That's why you can't use all text-to-speech, otherwise you'll never know which one, you're getting the alert from. But if you want to make one of them text-to-speech, yeah, go ahead. Otherwise, click on that Use Custom Sound, select, and then these 3 folders here, we have some sound alerts. And you just pick one, open it, play it. If you like it, say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached to that alert window, okay? Well, I don't know if it's a must-have, Daniel. I can't answer that question. If you like the idea of having, automatically, without you doing anything, alerts showing up that have been, from strategies that have been back tested and all. Doesn't mean everything is going to work, of course, but you can then use this as a watch list all day long. If that appeals to you, then yes. If it doesn't appeal to you, then no. So I just want to demonstrate how you can take a trade. Let me just try something here. I always like to demonstrate first the pullback, because I know a lot of you like to play pullback trades or pulling back. I'm more somebody who likes to, I'm all the alerts that I see, they're all making new highs of the day. Now, does it mean do I pile into it? Of course not. But the reason why I like it is depending on the pattern it's coming from. Let's just say, for instance, that right here, there's a little base, and then right there was making a new high. It hadn't made a new high up here. Well, then, there is something obviously I'd be interested in because it's coming out of consolidation. Okay, as an example. But then what I'm doing, and you hear me say it all the time, I look left. I look left in the daily, in the weekly, and the monthly chart, because now I want to say, okay, great, you've made a new high for the day. I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. Where is there going to be some resistance maybe on these higher time frames? Well, I can tell right now. I mean, there isn't any because, the position in lifetime range, that little icon here, it's all the way over. That means it's a lifetime high. So there is no chart resistance. That doesn't mean it's going to keep going up. But there is no, at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance. I don't have to worry about, something like this sitting right on top, okay? So let's just say, though, I wanted to take this trade, but I wanted to buy it on a dip. So let's just say I wanted to take it right around here at 914. So I would do this. I would put 913. Both places, 913, and I click on buy. And right here, see that blue line shows up right on the chart. So if Mogu goes down to 913, it'll take this trade. I could have done it another way. I could have, said, okay, what if it took out a resistance area on top? So in other words, I could have put a price on top that I wanted to take the trade. But, I know a lot of you like the idea of maybe taking a trade on a pullback. So I'll leave it in there, see what happens. Okay, so there is one way to do it. Now I'm going to take a trade right off the bat, though. See if I can find something that makes reasonable sense. Okay, I just want to take this trade. I just want to show you because I want to talk about stops and all that. So I'm going to take this trade. I'm going to buy it right at the market. Okay, just took the trade. Holy smokes, and look what it did. EFOI, guys. Yeah, it looks like it's going to get halted. Yeah, it just got halted. EF. So I talk about picking an interesting one. So I got into that trade just before it got halted. EFOI. Okay. Now, we always talk about stops and all. So, if you're new to trading, please listen carefully. Every trade you take is not going to work. In fact, even maybe the majority are not going to work, which is okay as long as you have a stop where you're going to get out of the trade. And that would be a price that if it goes to that price, that you're going to get out of the trade. And the other aspect is, and you'll see how you can share size. Somebody asked earlier, well, how much should I risk on a trade? Well, if you have a $5,000 account, obviously you're not going to risk $1,000 in your each trade. Again, practice trading here, though. Okay, practice. But let's just say, based on your account size, you can risk $100 on the trade. So if it worked against you, the most you want to lose is $100. Okay, I took this trade at 618. I'm going to put the stop. You're going to see I'm going to put a stop. I just want to make the math easy. I want to put the stop at 598. You know, which actually wouldn't be the worst. I mean, it's the bottom of that 2-minute candle. But I'm going to put the stop. I'm going to add it right now. And before you got into the trade, you would know where your stop is. And you might say, well, how do I know where the stop is? There's where experience comes in. You know, you're going to look at a chart. You're going to see some, maybe what you're going to consider with experience, where there is some support. So that if it broke down through that support level, you should be out of the trade. So I'm going to put it in at 598. I'm going to explain why I'm putting it at 598. So I've added the stop order. So you notice that big red line shows up. Okay? Big red line shows up. If I allow this to work automatically and it goes down to 598, it'll take me out for right here, a $59 loss. Okay? So why I picked that was 20 cents away. Okay? The reason I did that, just to make the math easy. Let's just say that you feel you can risk $100 a trade. So with a 20-cent stop, if you divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. That is how you will share size. You know, it's not a matter of, well, every trade I take 500 shares or 100 shares or 300 shares. You will vary the number of shares you take based on the difference in your entry and your stop. Again, I tried to make the math easy with a 20-cent stop so that, you know, it would be 500. But otherwise, you would take the difference between your entry and your stop and divide that into, say, if it were 100, and that'll tell you how many shares you take. So you really should get into the idea of you have a stop, and that'll determine your share size. Now, a lot of times, you will say, okay, I agree with what he is saying. I think that's a good idea. You know, not every trade is going to work. I don't want to destroy my account on one trade. So I'll get out with a manageable loss. But what happens is, and we all do it, or have done it, I don't do it anymore, but we all, I guarantee you'll do it when you start out. You'll put your stop in, and then it'll start to approach your stop, and you think, you know what, I better move that stop down because obviously that wasn't right. This has to work, this trade has to work, so I'm going to move my stop down. So you can see what's happening. So now if I allowed it to happen, instead of $58, I'd be at 119. Again, you start to second guess your stop and you keep moving it down. Eventually, you know, maybe that $100 manageable loss turns into $500. And you throw up your hands and say, oh my gosh, I got to get out of this trade, and you're out. So, doing it this way and keeping it in here, this takes all of the emotion out of trading. Okay? It hits your stop, you're out of the trade. Case closed. Okay? You're out of the trade. And so that's what I would do. I would practice trading, you know, with your stops, you know, and start to see, are you putting stops in, you know, the right place? Again, if you're new to trading, it's going to be a little bit difficult at the beginning to figure out, well, where should I be putting my stops? But, you know, eventually you'd be looking at charts and, you know, with time, you can start to see patterns where, you know, if it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. Okay, so please practice trading before you do anything. You know, don't use your real money first if you're new to trading. All right, Jay. Yeah, just click on my homepage link. Go to my homepage in the trading room, okay, right here. Go to my homepage and click on my link. And then there is a scan section, okay? I know them real. I do know them. All right, guys. RMTI, that just showed up also. All right, RMTI. I'm just looking at RMTI. What sort of room does it have? Again, all just because we get an alert in that option scan doesn't necessarily mean. So I look at this and I see a high right here of 190, 192. That's not that far away, and probably a lot of resistance very close. So consequently, it's not that interesting to me. Zetsan, okay. Well, you're right at the bottom here. You're right at the lows, I guess, of the pre-market. I mean, to me, I don't know. I would have to take out two before I would get into it at all. Again, I mean, it's a big sell-off. So but that again, that's just me. I mean, you're right now. It's hard to know if it's going to pop from here. And it's a fairly big float, so it's not like it's a super low float that is going to, be really whippy. I'd be looking here. I mean, look at the 2 minute chart. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around that 209 area, 208, 209. So, well, you don't have to have volume bars. And listen, don't talk, Peter. Info at trade-ideas.com. Okay. Coming from customers, way more powerful than coming from me. All right. But you don't have to have these volume bars. And listen, we're not a full-blown charting program. We know that. We don't profess to be a full-blown charting program. We have a few indicators you can use. Okay. We don't let you do fancy colors or anything like that. All right. Well, there's that EFOI. Yeah. So I didn't show you this. I'm going to flatten out. I'm going to get out of the trade. Okay. Didn't show you. Well, I thought I did. I must have flattened out another one. Okay, so I just flattened it out. I just flattened out. I must have accidentally. I know what I did. I flattened out the other two. But, okay, so didn't talk about these hotkeys. So to get out of a trade, you can just flatten it. You can get out of half, or you could double it. Of course, you could go down here and manually do it. Okay, but these are just hotkeys. Talk about a good one. I mean, I was just showing you how you can use the simulator. Yeah, talk about a good one to have shown you how to use the simulator. The EFOI. So remember what I was talking about with the VSQR. Look at this topping tail now. Okay, and somewhat your clue was 2 days ago that you couldn't just walk away thinking, oh, this is just going to keep going higher and higher. But what a great alert originally. The standard pricing, yeah, the standard pricing includes, well, what you're seeing here, the scanner, all the scans. The big difference between premium and standard is this, okay? If you want to have access to the AI, then then you need our premium service. Otherwise, the standard scanner is fine. All of the simulation trading is part of the standard scanner. If you connect to an IB account, you can do everything I've just done. The only time you would need our premium service is if A, you want to, again, have access to the AI, and B, if you wanted to do any auto trading. Otherwise, the standard product is great. Guys, Codex, CODX is right up at 20 now. So guys, I took a loss on the MFGP. I took this one, took a little loss on this one. I was very interested. Later on in the day, I may take a look at it again, but I did take about a 5-cent loss on MFGP. I don't understand your question, Night Fox. Why did it showed up here? If you're asking why it didn't show up in the AI, the reason is that whatever strategies made the cut today, BSQR did not meet any of the filter requirements. That would be the simple answer. But it certainly showed up here. This is where it showed up in my option scanner. Okay, yes, of course. I mean, these are different scanners, right? You can assemble your layout with the different scanners, and then you save your layout with all the scanners in it, give it a name, and then typically, that'll be the layout that you'll use over and over again. It's on my homepage, yes, Night Fox, yes. So Sean, you're in a, yeah, I can see your comments. Yes, we have. If you can see my screen, we do have another. I call this the main trading room. There's just a lot more action in it, a lot more traders in it. Okay, and you're in the YouTube room. It's fine if you want to stay there, but if you want to come over to the other room, I'll just pop this link in. All right. Well, here, I don't know, Zach, if you were short this one now, but there's KALV. I think you might have been short up here. There's KALV now. Excuse me, starting to drop. Taking out that low right there. I mean, it's been a wild one. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, look. I mean, this It looks like maybe this is it, but I mean, people might have thought it was it here. We got down to $33. That's all the way up to 44. I mean, those are big moves. Yeah, so typically we don't talk about how much we make or how many shares we take, okay? I appreciate your excitement. Wow, VREU. Again, the bets are being placed, guys. Has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. VERU. Bets are being placed right now. All right, a little bit of a little lull in the action now for me. A little bit of a lull. Just waiting. Okay, so this OGI, a couple things here. So, I'm really reluctant to take a trade that is this close to the whole number, especially a 5. I always think this is very psychological, okay? So with the OGI, I looked at that and I thought, now it did briefly get above 5. So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert up here just underneath 5, see if it takes it out later on in the day. Of course, hot sector. Cannabis is a hot sector. You never lose big. Exactly what Real is saying. That's why we preach the stops, okay? Not every trade's going to work. Get out with a manageable loss. If somebody, and it's going to happen. We from time to time somebody will come here. Man, I just took a huge loss. It hurts me to hear that because that means you didn't have a stop. You cannot lose big if you have a stop. All right, guys. Well, there's another one. Now, this is also, and this is my fault. I should have been paying way more attention to the AI in this one. Okay. The way I use the AI, I like to focus on the stocks under $20, and of course, this one I can show it to you now. I don't display the AI because it's not fair to those of you who pay for the service. But there it was at 782. Look how much time you had to get into this trade. 782, and now it just had the big pop. Look at the volume pop on it. And unfortunately, I wasn't paying enough attention to it. However, so, this still has some room. It still has room. ORTX, just look left on that weekly chart. You're looking up here, 957 or so, where there is some resistance. So, I can't tell you to take the trades, okay? All I can point you to is here are the alerts you're getting from that. I love this window. If that's all I did every day, probably that's all I would have to do. But again, it's not that you take the trade immediately. You have to look at the charts. And for some of the reasons why I didn't take Evoke, though I could have, You know, it did get up to 480, but I was worried more about that 460 level. It did pop through it, but then it pulled back. And there's ORTX, guys. I mean, you know, 847. Do I take many short positions? I haven't taken in the last little while because of the option plays. You know, I'm really concentrating on these. It's not that I have no problem going short anything, but my option plays. You know, I do have the flip, but I got rid of it. I mean, the flip would be moving down lower, moving down with unusual option activity. But I've just been concentrating on that window and my watch list more than looking for short plays. I mean, if I were, there are a lot of great short plays. Even this one could have been if it's, on these tops. But, I just don't have the time. You have to be really concentrating. Well, that window is yes, again, if you go to my link right there, my Barry's homepage, the tab, within the trading room right there, and then click on my link, and all the scans, including that one, are there. Okay, just find that tab, Barry's homepage, and click on the link. Well, the channel is, I know it's a little confusing. The channel is only for these three windows here. You're talking about here, channel bar, and then my channel right there, or my watch list, Barry's watch list, okay? We do it this way because you'll notice if you go through all these channels, there are not that many alert windows or top list windows. It's trying to get you to concentrate on just very few. So my channel does not include all these other ones. Plus the ones you cannot see on my other monitors. That's where you can find all the other scans from my home page right here, my home page. Boy, that's been whippy. The BSQR, talk about whippiness. Let's talk about whippiness. But look at this. I mean, all the way up to 11 something, all the way down to 773. Here's your clue, though. I mean, get used to looking at these charts can give you the great clues. Look at this big topping tail there. 2 days ago, I talked about that. Even yesterday, a topping tail. So again, what does it mean? It means at one point this stock was way up here at 879. It closed all the way down here at 321. Yesterday wasn't quite as dramatic. It got up to 725, closed at 563. Who knows where it's going to close today? 1144. But all this is telling you is it can't hold its gains. Right now anyway, this stock cannot hold its gains. So when you see that and you get into it today, you've got to be so aware that, the same thing can happen. No. Alerts are ors and filters are ands. So it's an or. Now, there are some alerts that can kind of look like filters. For instance, so like a 1 minute volume spike, okay, as an alert, or The filter version of it would be volume 1 minute as an example. There are a few like that. Okay? But in general, alerts are ORs. So in other words, you'll notice that I rarely put more than one alert in an alert window. I don't say, well, I want a new high, a new 5-minute high, a new 30-minute high, a new this, a new that. I usually just have the one alert. But if I had multiple alerts, then yes, it would fire if it made a new high or a new 5-minute high or a new 30-minute high, etc. Whereas these are all ands. All these filter requirements have to be satisfied before I see the alert. Yeah, so the charts only refresh every 8 to 10 seconds, Night Fox, okay? I'll tell you that right off the bat. So that's probably what you're seeing. The charts refresh every 8 to... Now, again, I go into my little spiel here. On the surface, I thought that was awful when they introduced charts about 3 years ago. And they said, well, when you click on an alert, it's real time on the chart when you click on the alert. But if you just let it sit there, it's going to take 8 to 10 seconds to refresh. And I thought, well, that's crazy. How can I do that as an intraday trader? So I went through the exercise with my e-signal charts. I put them side by side, and I wanted to see what sort of difference it made. And to me, it made no difference at all, because mainly when I click on an alert, yeah, I'm looking at the chart right now, but now my focus is on my time and sales in my brokerage platform, checking to see what's happening. I'm not looking at the chart anymore. Okay, so it made no difference to me. But that's me. But listen, if it was making a big difference, I wouldn't be using them. No, there's no trial anymore. We don't have a demo anymore, Playa. What you can do is take out a subscription, and within 5 days, if you don't like it, we can give your money back. So you can upgrade to. But no, we don't have a demo anymore. So the scanners, well, okay. I mean, I can, here. I mean, this is just basic. But again, this is my view. All right. I mean, I like to see stocks between 1 and 20. The current value. Oops. Let me break that. Virtually all my scans will have this relative volume filter. Okay, this current volume, which means it's trading at least 4 times normal. Here's my minimum volume, 400,000 shares. But again, this is just me, up 4% from the open. Okay, that's just me. I mean, that's the whole beauty of it. You can create your own scenario. If you want to use what I use, then you just download my scans. Yeah, LEDS just got halted. Yes, it did. Wow, LEDS, and it's a low float, 2.3 million in the float, and it got halted at 554. Right now, I'm looking. It could open in that 560 range. Yeah, there's Kodak, Dan's favorite. Look at the volume that came in. I wonder if there's more news. No, I don't test these. These are not back tested at all. Okay, I just care about the alerts. These are not back tested. I mean, I don't do any back testing anymore. I'm just interested in seeing what sort of alerts I get with these, and then I just click on and see if I like. It may look. I mean, I have quite a few today. And in theory I could tighten up the filters a little bit more so I wouldn't get quite as many, but. For me, it's just a matter of clicking on the alert and checking to see what it looks like on these higher time frames. whether or not I'm interested in taking the trade. So this is not back tested. If I back tested it, it would probably look terrible. But I just don't back test anymore. No time. I mean, back testing is a very time consuming process. Okay, so I'll give you my link, Jonathan. I know you're in the YouTube room, so you don't have access. Here, let me just give you this. You don't have access to to this right there, of course, Barry's homepage within the main trading room. So I will put that link in here for you. Okay, just click on my homepage link and go to the scan section. Well, if you just load the window, you won't see all the previous ones. You just have to wait for an alert to happen. So how long? It could be never. It could be the next second. I mean, again, you're getting these alerts because they're meeting the filter requirements and the stock is making a new high. In theory, going forward, maybe nothing now makes a new high with the filters I have. We do, yes, there is a monthly, yes. You click on my homepage link and okay, so there is a monthly. So click on the homepage link and the get trade ideas, and there it is, the monthly for the premium, okay? All right, so let's take a look at LEDs. If it is a 5-minute halt, let's say 11:25. So this is what we're talking about. LEDS is halted at 11:25 plus 46 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open 46 seconds after 11:30. All right, guys, ORTX. So again, this is the big one from the AI so far, up 12%. 782 on the alert, almost $1. And from my scan right there, it was later. But 847, 883 now, 87, whatever. Man, so much happening. Oh, I know. I know. Look at this. Yeah, I mean, this is what real talk. I mean, look at the room. We always talk about the room. 973. 973 right there is, or the next high is looking left on that weekly chart. All right, so let's. Okay, so it had a little pop, and then it dropped. LEDS, and let's see if it recovers here. This is not shortable for me anyway. LEDS at Interactive Brokers, not shortable. Oh, it was shortable. Okay, it's not. Yeah, it's not now, and it's probably a good thing. So look what happened. It just popped right back up, and now it just got halted again. It just got halted again because of that big move from 570 all the way up here. Why does the stock get halted? Volatility. Okay, so there is a formula that kicks in, and it'll halt the stock. And the halt. The theory behind it is kind of, okay, let's give this a breather before it gets too crazy. A lot of people don't like that, but it's just the way it is. No, I close everything down. I shut my computer off every night, Night Fox. So no, the best practices is to restart trade ideas every day. You know, we start getting our data at 7 in the morning Eastern time. So, you know, if you're on the East Coast, then you know you can start trade ideas at 7 o'clock. No, I shut my PC off. I just do that every night. I've been doing that for years. All right, guys. So yeah, there are your 29s. Nicely done, Zach. After that initial flurry up here. So, I mean, again, guys, I just don't have time to concentrate on all these, but let's take a look at Mogo. 884 was the alert. It got up to 984, so that was pretty good. Dollar. I don't know what NCTY did. 29.25. After that alert, it got up to, wow, 31.50. OSS, I don't think this really moves. 654. No, that didn't move. This is the one I took. I thought it would. I'm still interested in it. Maybe tomorrow. It has just a ton of room. It's an earnings play today. Maybe it'll rest around this area. I'll see if it's a second day continuation off earnings. I mean, you got to love that weekly chart. You know, look at all the room it's got. The Mara, I mean, very whippy, but 37. I mean, if you could hold on, wow, 37, almost got up to 40. ASRT, I don't think that moved off that 141, not really. And then, of course, the Veru, 1655. So some really nice alerts also. Some really nice alerts from my watch list. SLRX. Well, here's another one. I mean, lots of room on that weekly. Don't say a lot of room, but I mean, the high in that weekly right there, back here, looks like it's right there. But if it can start to get through that, you know, I mean, it's got some room for sure. It's a low float, 19 million in the float. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. They had a big pop right here at 2:30 yesterday. Big pop. Look at the volume that came in. Maintained after hours yesterday. Maintained this morning. A little bit of a drop, but I don't have any other special insight to it. But it definitely has room. See a lot of charts like this now. They're coming. These stocks that are crawling off the bottom with tons and tons of room. Yikes, this one is just on the way down higher, HYRE. And no, not at April Fool's, that's when they release earnings. Boy, that's a big drop. I mean, from the high of last week of 16 down to 11. These are hard to hold. I mean, unless you're swinging something like this, you have to have a huge stop. Tilray is still strong. It's pulling back a little bit here. TLRY, it's pulling back, but it's still up 37%. It seems like they're really concentrating on Europe. This was something to do with France right here. That was the pop that day. I think they had something else. I can't remember the European country. And then today, something to do with the UK. Anybody who is brand new to Trade Ideas, maybe downloaded it in the last month or so, did you have any issues because of this OneDrive? Just a general question. This OneDrive that Microsoft is more than likely no, because you would have asked me. I guess this is for whatever reason, it's making it a problem for people to download our program because of this OneDrive. Nope. Okay. Nope. There's a couple of nopes. Let me just see. They're asking me. All right, guys, let's see what the market's doing. So, Dow's a little bit down, SPY's a little bit down, Nas is a little bit up. So, kind of flattened out a little bit today. Okay, thank you, Interfaith. Okay. Sean, that's no. They're both rooms are free. No, the room is free, Sean. Try again. Regular members may not. Are you sure you went to the right room? Try again. I'll give you the link again. I mean, in theory, all you have to do is create a username and give us your email and your username, and that's it. Boy, oh boy, this Veru. Again, I mean, I like to just say the bets are being placed, guys, ahead of time. Remember, they have earnings tomorrow. So this is just accelerating ahead of earnings. Doesn't mean... All right, guys, what time is it? It's 11:44, so I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes or so. Steve will be in our YouTube room. I'm going to put the link for the YouTube room in, so you can head over there if you want. Well, okay. Do you have a green ball? Are you connected? That's all I can think of. All right, here, take this one and you tell me if it's populating for you. We're having a little... All right. Take that one. If that's not populating for you, then there's something wrong with your system. Now remember, when you first load it, but you should be eventually getting Veru. But you can just see, I mean, if you loaded it already, I mean, you should be getting Veru over and over again. Wow. Another one, Full House Resorts. FLL. Don't think I've ever seen this one. Where are they out of? Look at this volume coming in out of nowhere. FLL. Okay, then there's something going on. I don't know how to help you. You might have to go again to our tech support. Not me, but official tech support. That's out of my my jurisdiction. All right, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So if you do want to head over there as I take my break. All right, so this is okay. So this RMTI, it is starting to get a little frisky again. Again, this came from the options plays. I don't love it because I think there's maybe too much resistance around that 2 mark. But you know what? Later on, I don't know. I mean, maybe it'll pop. It's not a low float, 86 million, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. Well, originally, oh, well, I mean, I can't tell. I can only show you where it was alerted for me. Originally at 938, at 996. Okay, in the basic, just in the basic new highs and lows. I mean, it's kind of spectacular. I can't tell you where else it was alerted for others, but that would have been a pretty well. It's only 8 minutes after the market opened, so. All right, guys, give me a moment here. Again, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I just have to check an email here. I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay, back. AMKR is now starting to fire here, 1960. So again, look at this, all-time high. This is an earnings play February 8th after hours. So they released earnings after hours. No big reaction though. Oh, well, I shouldn't say that. It popped up, came back down. Pre-market, really not that much action. AMKR starting to move a little bit here. This is an all-time high, AMKR. Oh, I know. I know. Somebody said take a look at AUVI. I know. What a day is right. Well, you know what? I mean, would I've loved to have got that, of course, but I'll have to make do with the BSQR. Put my limit or my areas here for my video. Hopefully, no technical issues today. All right, OCGN. So it's moving again, I'm assuming. You guys are talking about it a little bit. Yeah, it is moving again. There was the high yesterday, 1877. Kind of a crazy day yesterday. Announced the financing the day before. There's Full House, guys. Full House on the move, FLL. Oh, I'm sorry, I got Mito out there. FLL, all-time high. So guys, you notice I've got a column here called distance from the exit price, okay? So what this is telling me that since I exited EFOI, it has dropped $1.32. Obviously, that's pretty good. So that's why I like to have the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. This shows this can tell me, how good are my exits? Really, how good are my exits? So I can see what my max P&L could have been versus what the closed was. Okay, things like that. Now this looks a little crazy because this was a carryover from yesterday. This is SIEN, and from when I got out, it's dropped 16 cents. So you like to see that. You wouldn't want to see you get out and then you see the distance from the exit price plus $10 or something. But it just helps you, figure out, okay, how are my exits? Am I doing a good job? You're never ever going to get out right at the absolute top. Briefing.com. Who asked that question? Elijah. Briefing.com. It's free. At least it used to be. I've had it for so many years now. All right, guys. Well, I'm just getting set. This is real. I mean, what a run. 196, 247, straight up on the 15s for Mito, M-I-T-O. Here's another one I don't think I've ever seen before. Stealth Bio. And look at the room it's got. I mean, I know it sounds like a broken record, but look how many charts look like this. You know, these little bios coming right off the bottom and maybe starting to fill in these huge voids. All right, guys, I am going to get my announcement in because I say I'll be taking my break. Okay, guys, here is another one that just showed up. This is our uranium play, I believe. Yeah, UEC just showed up in the options. So when you look at it, okay, on the weekly chart, it's breaking out, and on the monthly chart, this is interesting. I mean, look at the highs looking left. You know, around $3. Now it's a big float, 194 million in the float, but that could be interesting because I mean, again, look left on that monthly chart, and the next highs are up at the 3 level. So at 224, that is far enough away. It's above last month's high of 217. Yeah, we've had so many halts over the last 3 weeks. Really, it's been like halting, halting, halting. So many. Same stock, of course, can halt many times during the day, but we've got many different stocks halting too. Here's another one. This PNRG. Well, it got halted on the way down, I guess. HBI after, yeah, actually it didn't really pull back that much. HBI, big earnings play. Could be interesting tomorrow. Let's see what sort of level it would have to take out. It's taking that out right there. So the next high could be an interesting second day continuation of earnings. And here's another one, SIEB. What are you doing? Yes, look at the volume coming in. So the alert was at 666, so right here, so early enough. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Well, I guess the filters weren't met until this happened. I mean, that's the thing. So you're going to ask, well, why didn't we get it here? You could get it here, but then you have to relax the filters in here, and consequently, you may get a lot more that you don't want to see. You don't. You don't. It's just a combination. But typically, I would say it's mainly calls. Okay. If you want, you can add the ratio in if you wanted to. I don't. But it's just a combination. It's probably the basic new highs and lows, Sean. The one that is the female voice enunciating it. Oh, streaming now? Okay. I will stop, Steve. Then I will stop.
All right, I see my screen. I see I'm off mute, and I see people filing in. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the support session for Tuesday at noon Eastern. My name is Steve Gomez, and I'm Trade Ideas user number 3. For those of you who don't know, I've been looking at charts. I'm not from Wall Street. I've been in San Diego, California my whole life, but I've been looking at charts and started reading books and opened up a small $5,000 commodity futures account in 1995 and have been studying price action ever since. So I'm here to help if you guys want to talk about trade ideas. I'm here to help if you guys just want to look at your charts and get my opinions on them. I'm always happy to do that. I will give you the unvarnished truth. So yeah, about 2003, Dan, the CEO of Trade Ideas, along with his, dare I say, brilliant savant programmer, Phil, created the idea for creating alerts as a standalone product. And he asked me to be his first beta tester. So that's how I came about to be user number 3 for Trade Ideas. And then I've been with the company now full time for, I don't know, about my 6th year, I think, 5th year, 6th year. But I've seen a lot, and I'm here to help. Again, whatever you guys want to talk about, if you need help, if the support staff sent you here to demonstrate something that you need configured, we can do that. If you want to just look at charts, we can do that. I will start off, as I do sometimes, kind of with what's going on out there in the bigger picture, looking at the S&Ps. Again, let me bring my super duper pen. I admittedly last week was caught leaning the wrong way in a lot of my defensive positions and this little area there, but realized quickly, basically on this day here, when the market just bounced right back up and closed back above these moving averages, that I needed to clear the decks and reassess. And so I've done that. I've got a few positions working. But you can't stop this market for whatever reason. Every pullback seems to be an opportunity to push it higher, so we'll just keep going with that. I will say this, though, there's a lot of space developing now here between the current price action and our moving averages that support our trend. So at any given moment, day, you never know, they can pull the rug and undo 4 or 5 days of this stuff and reset the whole thing, give the market a shower, as I call it. Same thing over in the NASDAQ. I will say, notice the IWM. Some of you, a lot of you guys are playing the small caps, the micro caps, OTCs, whatever you want to call them. The IWM is the Russell 2000. It's definitely confirming the small caps are in play big time. I know there was a couple people from a friendly Discord room that I frequent, and there's 2 stocks they're watching in there. This one, they're both super duper micro. Okay, 4 position decimal pink sheets. This one got ahead of itself a little bit today, in my opinion. It had every opportunity to hold on to that rising 10 period. Now we're just kind of bleeding back down into the range, so the momentum might be done on that one. What was the other one? LTNC you guys were looking at? Oh, see, just quite the opposite on this one. Back in play. Got ahead of itself this morning, and the rising 10-period moving average kicked the price back into play. LTNC is looking nice for those people that are looking at that. But I will say this is not my game. I don't participate in these. Again, I've been looking at the markets for so long. I've developed my own niche, whatever, of things that I like to keep an eye on. But price action is price action, and I'm certainly happy to help anybody who wants to look at these little small guys. I will say this, though. I've seen a lot of phases, a lot of cycles come and go where the small caps, again, Russell 2000 giving us the indication this is make hay while the sun shines out there, guys, in these small caps, because it's not always going to be this easy. There will be periods where the short sellers come back and regain control of these things. What I mean by that is they let these small caps run 2 or 3 days and they just start pounding the hell out of them mercilessly, selling them off for weeks on end. And that just starts to demoralize people that were making money on the long side. So my big warning to you is do it while you can, but recognize when it changes, because at some point the dynamics are going to change and it's not going to be as easy to just grab these small caps and let them just rip up into the sky. Enjoy it while you can. There'll be periods where it doesn't work, and just be ready to accept that notion when that time comes. That's what gets traders into troubles. They come in and come into a great bull market, and what they do works, and what they do just continues to work, and then at some point it doesn't work, and that's where the wheat gets separated from the chaff. Do you keep banging your head against something that's not working anymore, or do you pull back and reassess, clear the decks, and kind of create a new strategy? So that's kind of the opening sermon for today. IWM pushing highs as we speak. All right, so hello everybody. Hello Fred, RKD. Okay, so let's see here. LEDS, somebody was talking about one of the very first comments. Halted, huh? Yeah. First time I've seen this one today. Again, let me just also remind people that I only look at a very small amount of indicators. The 15-minute time frame is my go-to time frame. I find 1 minute nauseating, but that's just me. If it works for you, more power to you. It's no right or wrong way here. But the 15 minutes is just my comfort zone. That's where I can see the perspective that I want to see and slow things down. And all I'm using are 2 things here. I'm using this 10-period moving average, and this blue line is basically a 5-day moving average on the 15-minute chart. It's 130 candles that are 15 minutes. And so that's what I'm looking at. That's my perspective as I look at these things. And so this one that we first pulled up here looks like a nice test right there. Sideways action right into my 10-period moving average. Pushed the price higher, pulls back, and it's also afraid, seems to be afraid of that line at the moment. So still bullish over there on that one. All right, so some charts you guys want to look at. Rick's RKD started with this one. Okay, so a really good example of how yesterday had a nice day, finished on highs, and when you take a stock chart like this home, you almost expect a nice gap up, and you got it. But when you get that much of a gap up, this was a pretty substantial gap up, it just has nowhere to go. It just runs out of steam. Now, it could have grabbed that 10-period moving average and bounced off it, but it didn't. It bled through, and it's still kind of just languishing around there. So good example of if you've got something like that and you rode that first day, get ready to take some profits early in the second day. And if you get a giant gap up like that, those are certainly things you have to quickly take and not try and get too greedy on. Speaking of not trying to get too greedy, one of my positions is running UAVS. You can see I bought that yesterday on that blue line. I mirrored a lot of my trades in the brokerage plus here. I bought it right about there. I think somebody said somebody might be talking about, what knows, drones and what have you. Okay, MTO. Somebody asked about MTO. No? Oh, MITO. That one helps a little better. Another beautiful example this morning early on, just quiet sideways action, and then the rising 10-period moving average forced the issue higher. So the rising 10-period moving average is basically my momentum indicator. It just lets me know, is the momentum intact? Is it intact? If it breaks that line intraday, then the momentum starts to stall, in my opinion. Yeah, nothing wrong with that one. Can't say anything bad about that. All right. Hello, everybody. My take on Shanda 990. SNDA. Did I? Oh, it's nice. It's an old stock. Okay. Really good example for us here now. Okay. We got a lot of great volume, it seems. SONA, what did it do? It had a nice push off the open, and then the consolidation for the most part has been sideways, And it looks like we're now here witnessing the 10-period simple moving average forcing the issue higher. Looks really good on the daily. It's actually broken out of a nice range there. That's a very good looking chart. I want to stay with that one. All right, let's see what else we're catching up on. Hello. Hi, can you look at XPEV? XPEV, I got that one right. This one's not looking so healthy. On the daily chart, as you can see, the moving averages are dominating. They're pushing down on the price. So until these candles can get back above and start closing back above these moving averages, it's not going to be in clean air. It's under pressure. I would say this stock is under pressure, and it's going to be guilty until proven innocent. That's not to say that it can't make a turnaround, but right now it's on the wrong side of the moving averages. DGLY for Dimitri. This is an old trade of the week that didn't transpire, but you know what? God, it looks like it's getting ready to do something. This is what's also coming into play here for me. The blue line, all right? Again, that's the 130. That's a 5-day rolling moving average of these 15-minute candles. And as I said earlier, the momentum line tells us there's no momentum. It's just going back and forth through that line. But when these things start to move, that's when that 10 SMA starts to try and hold the price up as a momentum indicator. But this blue line to me is more of a health indicator. Is it short-term healthy, or is it short-term under pressure? Good news is it's short-term healthy because it's riding above, and not only that, it's starting to curl up. DGLY might be one you want to keep on your radar here. Could be an anticipation type of trade. And what I would do with something like this is I would probably just come back and put a price alert roughly at the high end of that range and see what happens if it breaks. And that becomes my actual alert from just a concept. From concept to action, we use that price alert. This is another one that I've been in for a couple of days. You can see been holding for about 5 or 6 days back here on this nice consolidation above the moving averages, and it fought its way through. And look, once it fought its way through, this mining company, it's been giving me a couple of decent little healthy days here. So I'm happy about that. Uh-oh, somebody's asking me about game. We'll get to that. All right, so Jose is up next with FLL. We'll take a look at that chart and see what I see. Ooh, very nice. Now, it depends on when you are in the FLL. I certainly wouldn't say buy it here because it's a giant chase. It's a giant spread between the closest momentum moving average, my 10-day moving average, same as the 10 period over here, but I'm using the 10-day. And you can see it corralled and held the price and kicked it back into momentum. But now we're way above it. And this is the area where, depending upon what your entry is, you should be thinking about taking some off the table, maybe a quarter, maybe a third, or something, because you want to take advantage of these nice pushes and these stretches because they don't last forever. Before you know it, the profit taking on these big green candles can start quickly. So be a seller when you can, not when you have to be, meaning they're rolling over and breaking the trend. Again, depending upon when you were positioned in that, this is a good time to start thinking about. And we can also look left and we see nothing. So there's no resistance up here. There's nothing we can look back on to see where the sellers might be lurking. So your guess is as good as mine. But when things get this extended after 3 or 4 days of green candles, I start to get a little nervous and want to take at least half off. All right, Jim Brady, how about looking at AUY? So I believe this is gold, isn't it? Yeah, gold had a rough couple months here. It's been rough. Newmont is the benchmark standard, and it looks a lot like Newmont. GDX is the gold miners. It looks they all look the same, really, and they're all twisted and tied. Now, I've been a big fan of silver and gold, but lately gold has just been not giving us much of a technical reason to get too excited. So I'm kind of lukewarm, ambivalent. It could go either way on those. We need to see what's going to happen in that market. Are you using SMA or EMA? Darius, I'm always using SMA. You know, a 9 EMA and a 10 SMA are probably pretty close. But for the most part, I've always used the 10 SMA, and it just seems to have worked for my eyeball. And more importantly, what the algorithms. Here's a perfect example. I'll be talking about this later today. This is the trade of the week, which got ahead of itself yesterday, and it's pulling back. And the risk management parameters on this is to not let the price close below the 10-day moving average. So again, we're leaning on the 10-day moving average to keep the price in play, kick it back into play. And when we called it, that's what RVP looked like going into the weekend. It looked like it was curling and maybe wanted to push a new high, push higher, but it opened higher and then collapsed. So it's essentially just digesting. And all I'm doing in my risk management here is paying close attention to, is the price going to close below this 10-day moving average? Now, in a perfect world, if the algorithms need to do it, it's almost like they're OCD. They got to come down here and they got to flip the light switch a few times by touching, literally touching the 10 SMA to the T, by the penny, overshoot it by a nickel, what have you. But that's the most I really want to see. I don't want to see the thing languish into the end of the day below this 10 SMA. If it does, and we get 10 minutes into the close, and this thing is trading below the 10 SMA, I'm going to get out. And that's how I use that as a measurement of risk, where I say enough. Because once it closes below that moving average, to me it feels like the algorithms are not doing what I expected them to do, and I don't want to start fighting with them and becoming a hoper. So getting out before the close and also getting in before the close is where I do most of my swing trading analysis: press, change, rearrange, shuffle, add. Well, I shouldn't say add, because I'll add midday a lot of times to winning positions. Okay, ENG, is it ready for Jason? Could be. It's given us a couple of false starts. I never like that when you see a couple of false starts like that. But sideways action is good because it's holding up. But we're really climbing out on the edge of the tree branch here. If this thing closes right here, it's basically closing below that 20. I would say once this thing posts a close below the 20-day moving average, I'm not interested. If it can pop back above and close above the 10 and the 20, it's still in play. It's pretty much that simple. It's kind of what I was just talking about there on RVP. Okay. Dre Love, GME. Probably not going to like what I have to say. I've been watching bubbles and parabolic moves burst. And I've seen the sunny side of the mountain, and I've seen the other side of the mountain many times in my 26 years or so. And I don't think game is going to come back to life. This was a fun exercise while it lasted, but the powers that be have control of this thing again, and there's fundamentally no reason really for it to be there. I just see this thing continuing to drift lower. A girlfriend of mine asked me last week on Facebook, hey, should I jump into AMC here around 8? And I said no. It's broken. AMC's going to be back below 5 probably in a few days, and it's on its way. So these are broken. The game is over. GME over. Capital GME over. So I think somebody coined that this morning. I don't trust these things. They're just going to disappoint. I wouldn't try and pick a bottom in them. They're broken. They will have their moments, and they will have their moments when they try and sucker you in with a big green candle. But more than likely, that big green candle just gets slowly faded for the remainder of the day. That's how they work these things. And that's kind of like what I was talking about at some point. That's what's going to happen to these over-the-counter and these pink sheets. They're working great right now, and ride them where you got them. But at some point, they're going to flip on you. And those little false starts in the middle of the day should not be chased. They're just going to be grinded back down. How about Solo? I am in Solo. Let me tell you what I thought about Solo. I was waiting. I had it long in another account, and then it just disappointed day 2, day 3, and I said, okay, it's probably going to put a third day in, and it's going to dip down into these moving averages. Well, I got a little antsy, and I bought right there on the open. I'm kind of mad I didn't wait for more of a washout, which always happens on these things. They always try to wash out the weak hands on the open. They're flushing the good till canceled stop orders. You don't want to use those good till canceled stop orders and then drive into work, because they're just lining them up like bowling pins on strong stocks, and they're going to knock you out and reverse it. So I'm hoping that we're going to see that reversal by the end of the day. I really need to see a close back at least near highs. I'd like to see a close above 850 today in Solo, but I'm with you in that one. All right. Can you link this to Thinkorswim? The only thing you could link to Thinkorswim is if I click on some charts that your Thinkorswim platform will change along with it. And there's a way in which you go about that. It's in the tools menu up here. and then you go to external linking, and this is where it all happens. This is a wizard, external linking wizard that you can start up with. You click add link, and then you just follow these instructions. Two things that are very important to try and link up your external platform to our symbols here. You want to run both the programs, Trade Ideas and Thinkorswim, as an administrator. And by that I mean when you right click on the icon on the desktop, one of your menu options is Run as Administrator. And you launch the program as a Windows administrator. That really helps the wizard link you if you followed the directions. Now, if you have trouble linking Thinkorswim, Heriberto, come into our live chat or our email, and somebody can maybe send you some documentation that might be more pertinent or specific to Thinkorswim there. The Brokerage Plus module that we have is not linked to Thinkorswim yet, so it's just linking the charts and the symbols. Okay, John jumped in ZSAN at 192. Let's go back and take a look at that one. 192, so you were down here taking advantage of that dip. You know what? It's trying to climb back above that moving average, isn't it? That last candle, in fact, did close back above. So, hey, you know, it's hanging on here. It looks like I would say 209, 210 is probably an interesting little support level here. Just eyeballing midday. It's nothing to say that it can't get going again. I see stocks all the time get ahead of themselves on the open, fill the gap, and then get back on their way again. Nothing wrong with that. Any scans would you like to share to find swing trades? Well, I always talk about the A table. The A table gave you parts, carparts.com. Look at that big push 3 days back, like Solo we just looked at, and then it's off to the races again. This one is a scan that looks for strong stocks because they have a score. Our score column here is 80 minimum and above. That means they have to be good looking stock charts on the daily. A very simple way to not have to program what is a strong chart. Just use our score ratio. And the second bit is the short float. And so the colorization and the sorting is done by short float. These are the ones at the top that have the highest short float. Let's take a look at this here. Carparts.com has trying to get a fly, a 37 million float, and of that 43% are short. This is a recipe for these types of moves. So yeah, this is a very cool scan. It doesn't jump out and scream at you, buy it. It's just showing you a curated list of ideas that are fitting the parameters that we want. And the way I'm sorting it, we want to be at the top. Now this INSG, I'm long this one as well. You can see I bought it 3 days ago, and I'm a little bit underwater here at the moment. The blue line is my entry, but I'm just sitting here resting, waiting patiently. It's resting above its moving averages, and I'm saying, okay, well, we got 97 million. That's decent. But 40% of those people, for whatever reason, are on the wrong side of this stock. All it's going to take is another push higher, and I might be able to ride a nice short squeeze in that one. So that was also derived. And there's our trade of the week, RVP, which I'm really cheering for because this is the one we put our name on this week. And this thing really needs to break this downtrending thing that's been happening since yesterday. We've got to get back above both of these lines. I don't like the fact that it's under pressure here, but we still have more than half a day to go, so let's see what happens. With that said, your question was, can you share a scan that you like for swing trading? And I'm going to try and share this one with you as soon as it allows me to. It's giving me some attitude here. There we go. Okay, so I will drop this into the chat. It's called the A-Table Junior because I'm capping the price at 25. Let's do this. Let's just give you the full version. It's going to have all the other same ones that are on there, but more than $25 because the other one I stopped at $25. That's why it's called the Junior, because a lot of people like stocks. So we'll just give you the A-Table Senior, and there is the cloud code I've just dropped for you in the chat. All right, Z-Sand. All right, so that's for Darius and anybody else that wants it. Jim wants to know about mRNA, Moderna. Um, Very nice trending stock. It's got ahead of itself there. I mean, this was an interesting day back here when you want to buy a trending stock. There it is. Gets ahead of itself, pulls back on the third day, fourth day, whatever, tests our moving average, and bounces right off of it. Those are the interesting entries. Now we've had 4 days. It's probably getting a little bit tired. That's kind of what I think about that one. Any new scans that you have for swing? Iris, nope, nothing new. Just the same old ones I've been talking about. Solo, I think I mentioned that earlier, but maybe that's a double question. Let's check in on that. I'd really like to see this thing get back up and close above the 850 level to try and show us on the daily chart that nice rejection down on the open worked into a nice recovery into the end of the day. That's exactly what I'd want to see after 3 days of pullback, this type of action. So we still got a little bit of work to do there in Solo, but I'm with you on that one. AGE. Okay, interesting day yesterday. It's too bad it didn't follow through, but it had a couple of big days prior. So this one's just giving some back. That's all. I think what you need to pay attention to is what is going to happen when the price meets this rising moving average here in a couple days. Ideally, sideways is best, and maybe it will set up there when they touch for another push higher. Did we? Oh, Essence Sundial. Yeah, I've seen this name. Yeah, really nice daily chart. This is a hot sector right now. Some of the people I've seen have been talking about it, and this little action back here last week was nice, sideways. Didn't even let that moving average come up and touch it. It sent the price higher, so it shows extreme strength. Intraday here, a couple of nice tests, so the momentum is still intact today. Nothing to say bad about that one. If you're an investor, there's nothing to do but just watch it. But if you're a trader, we can look left here, and we can see that's going to be an issue at the $2 level. So maybe if you're a short-term person, 199 might be an interesting spot. All right, so Sundial, BNGO, I've been in and out of that one in the past. A lot of gaps, this thing. Is this, yeah, interesting. A lot of gaps. If you don't mind the overnight risk in this one, go for it. But you can see it's been, for the most part, it tried to break that moving average and got kicked back into play and has been holding it for the most part. Not a bad chart. Nothing I can say bad about that one. How can you get into the live chat? If you're talking about the live chat on our website, just go to trade-ideas.com. And then at the bottom right, you'll see a little bubble down there that says, hi, how can we help you? Just work through that, and you want to get to a live agent, and somebody can help you there. Darius, what do I think about DPW? It's bottoming out after that big move. It could be ready to do something again. Yeah, keep an eye on it. Relative volume's quiet today, so if it wants to try and break out above that level, you could create a price alert and be alerted to it. Unless you're already long, it looks okay. Doesn't look bad. All right, could you share the jam down? Oh, okay, you got a broken link the other day for Philippe. I need to go and grab that. The jam down is something I talked about last week. It's taking stuff that look like the A table, but giving us a new low on the day. And that new low on the day is right exactly where you might want to buy things at times. Let's look. Let's look at what we've had today. Boot, bike, fossil. Oh, that fossil was on there. Look at that. And this goes to what I was talking about earlier. It tries to literally find those charts that are good-looking charts, but for whatever reason got sold off hard right on the open. So I really like to monitor this thing in the first hour of each day. And as they make a new low, it's only going to show us a new low if it jammed down and touched the 10-day moving average. So as we look through, look at that. That arrow shows us it was a pretty good spot. Pretty much on the low of the day on that one. BKE. Another good spot. This thing's really, wow, that's really good. If I had more arms and more eyes, I would be paying more attention to this scan. But I mean, that is just beauty. Nice push up. And what it does is it allows you, instead of waiting for it to clear and do a bar reversal on like tomorrow, it gives us the opportunity in real time, and again on the open is when I like it the most, to say these algorithms are trying to play that tricky game where they're taking strong strong charts of stocks and pushing them down right into that moving average. And that's the alert that it's designed for. Let's look at a couple others. We saw Fossil. That was good. There's another good one. SIG. My God, this thing is on fire today. 41.94. It gave it to us right about there. Don't worry, I'll give it to you guys. We got to have at least one bad one in here. 43.90. That's a bit higher. That one's a bit sloppy. SIG, we saw that one. Oh, INSG. I'm long that one. Perfect. Good to know. You guys could have got a lot better price than I did at 921. When you see my price is up here at 1964. So this is a great scan. And I when I'm looking for something to trade, I gotta have to pull this thing back up if I'm itching to pull the trigger on something. All right, so we'll put it back on live, real time, and have at it. You guys can use this. Again, I only like it in the first hour, hour and a half. If they start coming through towards the end of the day, we don't want them. Okay, it is now in there for Felipe and whoever else wants it. All right, Jason, is NLS moving because of Nautilus Biotech? Gosh, NLS was a trade that I thought would be a great trade of the week last week, and I'll tell you where I thought it was going to be a great trade of the week. It was right there. I seriously wish I had frickin' called it instead of the other stupid one I called, because look at that thing go. That's beautiful. No, I think Nautilus has just been a very strong retail group. You look at Dick's Sporting Goods. Dick's Sporting Goods has been very strong. So Nautilus, yeah, lost sight of that one. It's just doing its own thing on sporting goods retail. Plain and simple. Nothing more to it. Qualcomm, swing for a bounce. It's an oldie but a goodie. I remember when this thing traded at $700 back in 1999. Looks like they got hammered on some sort of news. They're back below all their moving averages. If you wanted to take a chance down here, you don't want to let it drop below that low of 144. So you got a 3-point wiggle room there if you want to make it work. But something like this, it's going to run right smack into these moving averages, and it's going to be like a spider web. It's going to have a hard time getting through there. If it can get through, then you're good to go. But I see what you're trying to do. You're taking in a chance because it's definitely under pressure at those levels. OTLK. Had a lot of really good days behind it. Therapeutics, common stock, biological. I mean, this thing's going to be as volatile as they come. Now, what I noticed is it really broke intraday right here after 4 good days of run, and now this is the moment of truth right now. Is this thing going to fight its way back through this curling line, or is that going to push the price lower? So this is the moment of truth right there for that one, in my opinion. You're using an intraday because it's hard to look at the daily and try and make sense of this. It's going to retreat to the norm at some point. The link for the jam down, we got that. Okay, SOS had a 10 touch today. Boy, it sure did. Look at that. Almost to the penny, if it even has a penny of space in there. But yeah, that's the spot at which the algos drove it down in the first 30 minutes, maybe even less than 30 minutes, and took it right down to that level, and that's where the algorithms reverse. I mean, these stupid algorithms don't have a brain, so they literally have to have a target, and they have to go get that target, and then they have to do something different once they go get to that target. And that's literally how price action seems to work these days. It's a lot different than when I learned how to trade. When I was pushing a button, I was having a counterparty with an actual human being on the other side, and we both acknowledged each other. It was kind of a different time. And we traded in fractions, so when you made a couple levels of quarter level fractions, you're half a point in the money pretty quickly. But those were the good old days. How about, okay, Solo. I'm still liking Solo. You guys have asked me 3 times, and so it must be a hot stock. And I don't mind answering it 3 times. Don't get me wrong. I want to see this thing get back above 850 by the end of the day. So I'm in this stock with whoever else is in it, a little bit higher. I want to see it close back above 850. and that would be fine for the day. How about RMTI? Really nice giant move today. Look at how it closed at the 200-day moving average yesterday and just shot through today. So, not familiar with this name. Let's look left and see what's going on over here. Looks like it ran into some resistance right about there. So, we shift to the intraday, and it all comes down to what's going to happen when the price meets this area right here. You can see that it was a good test back there, but what's going to happen? The deeper that we get into each day, the harder it is to hold these lines, because these day traders want to start taking profits, and people don't want to take it home overnight. So as long as it can hold that line in the first, 75% of the day is usually a good sign. Oh, VBIV. I've seen people talk about that one too. A good example of kind of a day and a half. Really nice pushback here. If you look right there, that's a nice setup. If you take that home, you look at that close at the end of the day and take that home, and now you've had 2 days of good running. For me, a day and a half, 2 days is the perfect wavelength for me to ride my surfboard and then kick out the back and look for another setup. So, I wouldn't be probably looking to get long at this point. NBEV, I took a lot off the table a little early yesterday, but I was long this one for a couple of days, and I just couldn't stand it anymore. I got out, midway up yesterday, all of it. Just that's all I want. Just give me that little piece right there. Okay, so just touch the 50. Let's go back and look at that VBIV one more time, because you said, yeah, it did come back and touch it. So it's still in play. It's got to hold that intraday. The Interfaith Shepherd. From the layouts, using the Holly Neo layout, I selected window, then close all. Now when I try to open all, they don't show up. I have exited and reopened. Okay, just to get to the AI Holly Neo, there's 2 ways you can do it. You can go to the channel, which would be this channel right there, and just click on that, but it takes all your windows away and sends you to a predetermined layout. I'm not going to do that. I have just gone to New, AI Holly Strategy, and AI Trades. Those 2 windows, you open both of those. And then from there, once they're open, you can segment to only go right-click Segment. I'll do it for you here with you. Neo. Okay, this is the only Neo trades. And up top, I think I already have it segmented to Neo. So that's how you can do it that way. Or you can just do it the easy way and go to the channel, but you're going to lose your other windows. And a lot of people don't like that. Okay, can I check OXBR? Very nice daily. This one might have some more room to run. I like it. I like the fact that it showed early signs of life back here and been riding our little example moving average all last week, and now it's starting to show some life. Let's take a look at the volume and see if it has any confirmation. Volume today is a bit on the light side. It's not even doing 1.0 relative volume. I'd like to see a bit more, but it might be hard to get relative volume when you had these 2 big days back here in the mix. So that shape looks really nice. I like it. And then, of course, just going to have to monitor that intraday moving average. Property and casualty insurance, huh? Looks like it's had some interesting moments in the past where it left a lot of broken hearts. So that's the personality of this stock. Just remember, when it gets ahead of itself, it looks like the personality is it's going to want to come back pretty quickly. So keep that in mind. IJA CREC. Very nice. Look at how it was just really showing nice attempt to close above day after day of that moving average, and then it just rewarded you for holding in there, hanging in there. Now we're 3-4 days into the move. I'd start thinking about taking some profits. You look left to see where the level. Okay, so we've got a lot of congestion coming up here right at the $4 level. So I'd be careful at that psychological $4 level. If you've got good profits, maybe start thinking about taking some. Let's look over here in my portfolio. This one's looking really nice. I'd love it if it would make a new high by the close. Great relative volume. And then UAVS, still relative volume strong. Looking like it's making a move. RRC finally breaking out. That one's looking good as well. You guys are good luck for me. I turn my head and my stuff starts working. INSG, we talked about that one earlier. That's the high short float. I'm just sitting in to see if the short sellers get spooked. Solo, as I mentioned to you, I bought on the open this morning, but I was really silly and not waiting for a bigger push down. And stupid little things like that bother me. And then lastly, the trade of the week, RVP. Need to get this thing in gear so I can have some decent content this afternoon. Okay. CRC. The channels are not showing up. Okay, so Interfaith Shepherd, to get the channel bar to show up, you go to new channel bar. And that should give you that array of options. Hopefully that helps. You can't even choose a channel. The channel. Okay, so if you can't get new channel open, let me know. And if I can't help you, I might have to send you to the live chat on our website, where we've got agents standing by that might have a better idea. Oh, we made it to the bottom here finally after 41 minutes. HOTH for Sahar. Hoth. Gave a bit of a challenge yesterday as it gave back a lot from 277, but very tight range here for the moment. Here's what I would do. I would just sit back and wait and see if that price alert triggers, and it might even trigger while we speak. That might be a bit tight. Oh, there it did. Of course it did. Let's do this. Let's grab it. Let's reset it. Put that back down there. But it looks like it might be trying to do something. I just don't like the way it traded yesterday. Yeah. Go ahead and trade it if you're ready for it. Looks like it's trying to come out of that tight range. Hopefully. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. It's real close. You solved it. Excellent. Excellent, Shepherd. Good to know. AR. Oh, I do. See, Jason, AR was on my short list. Let's look at the trade of the week content. Other names to watch for: INSG, RRC, and AR. The reason AR is on there is because it was on the Jam Down Junior many times. Look at this. This is what I saw going into the weekend. That's why I put that on the watch the short list. Also ran. Also keep an eye on these names. Because AAR is crude petroleum and natural gas extraction. Well, this is the reason I'm in RRC. Crude petroleum and natural. Hey, this is really good here. Nice volume bar. Look at the volumes coming in here. We're at 200 and some odd percent now of my 5-minute and 1-minute volumes. This relative volume should start to increase. This is a really nice looking chart. So we just looked at AR a second ago, and this thing's been trending for a while, right? There's your Hoth. Trending for a while. Well, RRC has not been doing that. And I think RRC might want to play some catch up. So I'm very strongly positive RRC. I would love to see this thing break out, and I'd hold it for a day or two, and I'd probably bail. Okay, but your question, Jason, is had RR last week. Do you think it's clear of the 808 resistance? Again, I'm going to go back and say I like RRC better than AR because I think it has more potential. But anything goes with this AR at this point. It was most interesting right back there. That's what I would imprint on you guys. You know, if you come and you start clicking through the A table and you see something with a high short float that's looking like that right there, nice compression right into the moving averages, and the tighter the range, those are the ones where I like to keep an eye on and take into the close. I'll buy this into the close if I was, you know, in the moment and was looking for something. I would buy this and take it home, only because I anticipate that something like that that's trending with high short float and compressing is ready to make a move and come out of it. Looks like I just froze there for a second. Waiting for my system to unfreeze. Okay, there we go. And there's our final candle. So yeah, I'm super bullish on RRC still. And it's not too late, you know. Look at where the rising moving average is, 949. So you buy here at 10.6, you got a 50-cent risk. But once it starts leaving the station and it's up here at 11, hopefully wishful thinking. That's not when you want to chase. You want to start trying to figure out. And that's going back to that jam down buy scan that I put up there earlier. That really can be an interesting one if you get your timing just right. But yeah, you guys have been good luck here to my swing portfolio this afternoon. Started off a little ugly, but things are reversing nicely. Let's take a look here. If I was looking to play old school in RRC, we've got a 10-10 high. So let's put a 10-11 in there just so we know to pull it up and watch it. And what I mean by that is you guys have probably all seen the fake breakout where you kind of wait for the coast to be clear and something like this trades 10-11 and you jump in and you buy 10-11, you buy 10-12, but you get 10-13. Trades up to 10-15 and then collapses back down to 10. And you're like, oh man, why did it do that? It's just the nature of price action. It's just what it does. Sometimes, but not always. And so what I'm watching for is if it does that, okay, well, great, it does that. Oh, all right, whatever. I'll just keep an eye on this rising moving average and make sure it doesn't break that. But if it doesn't, and it breaks that, and it does play old school momentum and it doesn't look back, and then before you know it, it takes out this next level here, which is 1031, so we'll go 1032. And then we might actually say, maybe this thing does have legs. I don't know. I can't predict. I just want to know the moment in time when it does so I can watch it and pay attention to it. Now we're getting solo to play ball. Excellent. I don't think I'm going to want to log off with you guys because you're like bringing me good luck. Okay, there's our first break in RRC. Let's see if it holds. Just kissed it and retreated. Well, let's give it a minute or two and see what happens. UAVS is going to highs for me. That's really nice on the daily. This is going to be a good one. I will pray that it keeps and closes on highs, and then maybe tomorrow, if it has follow-through strength, I might think about flipping some out. Always trying to be like ahead of what the herd is doing. If you're chasing the herd, you're never going to get separation, and you're not going to make money. What do I think about Wayfair? Wayfair was one of the original short float squeezes that showed up on the A table. Still has 18% short. I see a big blow off top back here. So, something like that takes a little while to work off. And that's what it's been doing. It's been kind of working off that. But slowly reclaiming its moving averages here. It's hanging in there. Not bad. It might be ready for another push. Here's another thing I see. It broke that downtrend. Okay. And you see it came back to test the other side of that downtrend. That'll happen a lot. People get hung up on horizontal resistance, support, pivot. Pivot levels don't always have to be horizontal. Pivot levels can be the other side of a broken trend line. So a lot of times the pullback will come back and retest the other side. What was once resistance of this trend line becomes future support. That's also something that I see there in that W Wayfair. All right, this is the one thing that's in my portfolio that's just not behaving correctly at the moment. And of course, it's the trade of the week. It's the one that I would like to see get going. So currently, it's trying to work itself through that downtrending 10 SMA that got a hold of it yesterday, which, by the way, I'm going to talk about this afternoon, but I don't want to steal too much content, but for those that didn't make it. All right, RVP gapped up on the open yesterday. The price at which to buy was 1958, so it gapped up through and traded up to 21. All right. Well, just the week prior, I talked about how to handle these trade of the weeks when they gap up that high. It's essentially wait for your pitch and wait for the 10 SMA to come into play. And there it is. You see that's my entry, 1963 on the trade of the week. Right here, I was thinking, oh, great, here we go. This is going to be the perfect trade of the week, and everybody's going to think I'm so smart. Didn't even have any pain to suffer at all. And then Oh, perfect. Awesome. Wait, what's this? Oh, shit. All right. Well, okay. It just broke and it just closed below my momentum line. So I guess I'm going to have to just kind of keep an eye on this thing now. And then ever since then, it hasn't looked back. And then I thought, oh boy, now it's coming up on my blue 130 line here. Please hold that. And then it broke it. Okay, so now I have to switch over to the bigger time frame and say, what's it trying to do? It's trying to reach down on the footstool and reach down and see if it can put its foot on the ladder that is the step of the 10-period simple moving average. And I'm going to hope that that was the worst of it. We'll go back to our bounce. Oh, it looks like that was it. And now it's fighting to get back through. Look at that. Now we're back on the underside of my 5-day moving average. We still have a couple hours to go. I'm going to have faith that this thing might try and kick back into play. And in hindsight, this might be a really nice looking bottoming tail, tapping once again. I should stop talking because I'm probably going to jinx it. But that's my thought process. And that's kind of what I'm going to share later today on how I manage these things when they break and don't do what I want them to do. Paul, LESL looks interesting. Jam down. Decent short float. LESL, let's take a look. Yes, so it did kind of the same thing. An early morning jam down and look left onto our daily time frame. Not only was it support from these levels back here, but our 50-day moving average came into play. This looks like a new issue as well. New issues will sometimes reach down and touch that 50-day. So yeah, that looks like it could be a day where you take a chance. You know, if you were looking to take a chance with this thing, it could be a good risk reward, meaning better than being the guy who bought the open up here because he couldn't stand to see it gap up that high. You're saying, I'll wait for you to set your stop, sir, that you bought there on that gap. I'm sorry you did that, but I'll wait for you to set your good till canceled stop there at 26.80 because that seems to be where like the point of pain would be that you can't take it anymore. And these algorithms will kindly drive that price down in the opening first hour, shake the trees, and rid you of your shares. And that is the point at which you, the trader, want to think about coming in, yes, Paul, and saying, yeah, you know, maybe I'll take a chance here and give yourself a little better head start. Oh, look at Solos coming to life now. How about that? That's probably what Andy's trying to tell me. Yeah, exactly. A couple of my DMs just lit up for people who are cheering on this thing. So now we're getting that really nice candle. Now this thing is behaving exactly what I wanted it to do. Again, I didn't want to buy it here. I didn't want to buy it here. I thought, well, let's give it a couple days and maybe it'll jam down into these moving averages. And I'm still angry for being a bit premature on the trigger there. I would have liked to have waited maybe something like that. But we're getting now the candle that I had hoped for. Long bottoming tail, back up into play. A little bit of green color. It's exactly what I wanted to see as a swing trader on this solo. Sit back and just let it work. Good volume bar, volume's coming in. All right, guys, I'm going to be here for a couple more minutes, and then Barry will come back in. I think we had a really good crowd today. It keeps growing every week. Let's check in on RRC, if it ever followed through on that breakout. Nope, you can see it went through by a penny and retreated. So we'll just give it time. Got to be patient. All right, I'm all caught up on your guys' questions, and that's good. And we're approaching the top of the hour, so if there's anything else you guys want me to talk about, now would be the time. Oh, TGB, my little mining stock, wants to make a new high here at 151. That's looking really good. Relative volume above 1, I like that. Come on, RVP. That's the one I'm really going to be cheering because I think there's a lot of people on that because that's the trade of the week. All right, so CRBP and then Pfizer. And then maybe we'll have Barry come back in. CRBP. Beautiful example of it riding the intraday momentum line. Look at the daily too. Really nice over there. See? Let's go back one day. Didn't even give us a chance to think about touching that moving average, and that tells us how strong this one really is. It just took off. If anything, this is where that 5-day moving average comes into play for me. You see that? It got close to the 5 back here, and it actually touched it on the opening down drive today. So when things are super strong, they don't even think about touching the 10. They use the next one, which is the 5. And that's why I use that 5 sometimes to try and really gauge strength on a different perspective there. So look at that. That was very interesting. That's a good looking chart. If you're long it, there's no reason to get out at the moment. And ideally, if it can close on highs, maybe you'll get some follow through tomorrow in that name. And then good old Pfizer, right? Pfizer is under pressure. It's just not there. And the moving averages are fanning out, which is getting even more ominous. I would short this stock. If I was looking for a stock to short right now, Jason, you might not want to hear it. Maybe you do, but I would short this. So maybe that saves you some headache. I think it's going to get very interesting when the price and this moving average meet very soon, maybe even as close as tomorrow. Put a price alert below that range, and if you're long, you don't want to see it break that range, but it's very much fighting under pressure right now. I don't trust it. It'd be the 5 SMA. I don't use the EMAs, Iris, and again, it's not on my daily chart. It's on my intraday chart. Okay, and the way in which I'm using that is let's go back to that RVP, which I tried to break it and failed. All I did is I go to an indicator, and I'm adding a simple moving average, and the value I'm inputting is 130. And that has to be on a 15-minute chart because there's 130 15-minute candles in a 5-day trading session. So that's what I'm using there. All right, guys, Barry's back. He's saying he started, so I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye. Thanks for all your comments and your questions. Keep the hour going by very quickly. Hopefully those trades that we looked at will keep on going, especially that in solo and RVP, the trade of the week. So see you guys next time. Maybe I'll see some of you later this afternoon, but I'm all talked out now, so I'm going to go take a break. Talk to you later, guys. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So I'm just getting set. I'm back in the YouTube room in a couple of minutes. I'll be doing my video. And I'm just going to keep watching this SOS, guys. The SOS. I may not be able to do it if I'm doing my video, but you know what I'm looking at. There's the 2 highs right there looking left on the daily chart. Basically right to the penny. I think it's 433. The pre-market high for SOS was 476. You know, it's up to you now to take, if you want it, if that makes sense to you, then you can take the trade. Otherwise, don't do it. But it doesn't make sense. So, Robbie, are you talking about myself? I don't know if Steve is still in the room. I don't know if he's vacated. So, Steve, are you still in the room? Because I see there are some questions. I don't know if you have vacated yet. And there's some questions there. I don't know if they're for you or me. So, alert for the latest volume surges. So, it is me? Okay, thank you, Aja. So, for instance, right here, before I do my video. So Albert, yeah, so We have a couple of really good ones actually. And so in this window that I call momentum up, notice I've got volume 1 minute, and I'm using 1,000%. So that means in the this is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, it's 500% of normal. You can play around with the values, to get maybe either more or less alerts, but definitely yes. Okay. Okay, so not me. Okay, Robbie. Okay. Okay, Albert. So if you want that particular, all you have to do is go to an alert window, right click and volume, click search and type in volume. And then you'll see right there the volume 1 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15, 30. So you can, these would be the volume bursts that you can use. All right. All right, guys, I am now going to do my video. Hopefully I don't have the same issues I had yesterday. So I will just put the announcement in. Oops. Here another one. Wow. Oh, CBIO I see is making another new high. That's my sound alert. Wow. Right on this one. All right, and let me just put this in here. What do you mean, do I have it open? If you want that one, as an example, if you want that one, go to my home page. Just a minute here. Go to my home page. Okay, so this is for you, Albert. Go to my home page, click on my home page link, and there's a section called scans, and one of them is that momentum up, okay? Okay, Robbie. No, it's okay, Robbie. I just wasn't sure if Steve had left yet. Okay, guys, so I have to do my video now, so let me just put that in here also. All right, I will put myself on mute. And just one last thing. Again, if you want to follow along, Bible Sano, if you want to follow along, so I put the link in the YouTube room. From here, Barry's homepage, okay? Click on my link. And again, when I say follow along, you can subscribe to the videos I do every day right there, okay? And again, Albert, here are all the scans. And again, this is there it is, momentum up and down, okay? All right, mute. All right, guys, I'm now back. All right, so I'm just keeping an eye on again on the SOS. And what does it do? Anything since I did my video? Ah, good. You see, insight how I trade. So I did not try to anticipate this was going to happen. So now, I mean, look what happened. I mean, this is a drop from 420 all the way down to 390. That's a big percentage move. So, that's why I put a price alert. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, you just move on. Good, guys, I'm just checking to make sure no questions. I haven't. Okay, wow, wow, wow. So I'm hearing that. So the GSAT is starting to move. 156. So 156. That was the alert. 178 now. Take a look again. Probably some resistance around that 2 mark if you did take it. No, no, Torps, no, because unless you save, no, because let's just say if I make a change here and I save into my layout, great. If I add this, unless I save this, let me think this through. No, it's only saved in the layout. You'd have to save the individual window that you've made the save. And then even if you had this window in another layout, it's not going to remember that because you may want the same scan in different layouts with different filters. That only to me makes sense. Well, here's one that says, do stocks? Oh, I couldn't answer that as a general question. Or do stocks tend to run into earnings? It really depends on the stock. I mean, Perry yesterday ran. Veru is running today, but I can't. As a general statement, I can't say yes. It really depends on sentiment of what they do, what sector they're in. All sorts of things go into that. Wow. Yeah, look at NPA. You guys are talking about NPA. So you guys are talking about Citron. So I know they've sort of flipped their script and now they're only looking at long plays, at least for the foreseeable future. Well, time and sales window is from your broker. If you're talking about every now and then, I do flash this on. There's my time and sales, okay? But that's from your broker. That's something to do with trade ideas. So, I don't know who your broker is, but you definitely can get that from your broker. Who's your broker? You have Interactive Brokers. I can show you how you get it from Interactive Brokers. Otherwise, you'll have to probably go into your file. Somewhere it'll say time and sales. Solo back in play. Okay, let's see what it is looking like. Sort of. You know, wake me when it breaks out over 10. Okay. Yeah, so Merrill Edge, I have no idea. You'll have to I mean, just look in the software somewhere. Obviously. Now I'm glad I didn't chase his Codex, CODX. Guys, we're talking about GBR earlier. Let's see what GBR is doing. Yeah, wow. I mean, look at that. Look at the volume that came in. GBR, low flow situation. Yeah, only from 7 to 9. All right, CDXC. What are you doing? CDXC. GNMK, I mean, I think it pulled back a little bit, but yeah, there was the pullback, but continues to move higher. So let's take a look on the weekly chart. And the next high looking left on that weekly chart is 1758, so that's very, very close. Now, if GNMK can take that out somehow, then you start looking left, and look at that, 21. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Okay, guys, I will be right back. Give me 1 minute. All right. Okay, guys, I know glue showed up in the options, but I would disregard it. This is a buyout by Electronic Arts, EA, so that's why it is flatlined right across. I know it showed up in the options, but I would just disregard it. Meanwhile, Mogo, congratulations, PJ, on your swing of Mogo. Wow. Mogo Mojo is right. And of course, all-time high, so there is no resistance. GMDA entry point. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I couldn't tell you where an entry point is. I mean, it's been chopping on the daily chart, so I have no idea. Sorry. I mean, the highs up here are 15. It's down to 10, but I mean, it's been kind of all over the place on the daily chart. RMTI, man. Okay, well, there was the alert right there at 176, so it's 195 now, 176. Can it take out two? I should have. Well, not only Canadian, right in my backyard in Vancouver. Do they have anything to do with crypto? That's my question. Accepting crypto payments or something to do with crypto. Bitcoin. Oh yes, okay. That's what I thought. I thought there's no way otherwise. Why would it? I mean, obviously, I mean, this has probably been one of the absolute stars then. I mean, look at the day it's had. Yesterday it was just a precursor. Look at today. And we have now a halt for this one. And this looks like, is this a blank? No, this is what? Uranium, radium, vanadium. Another Canadian company. Where are you out of? Montreal. Okay. Looks like an all-time high. I doubt if this was I wonder if this is one of those ones that trades in the Canadian exchanges and listed on the U.S. exchange here. So it looks like an IPO. But at any rate, all-time high now. Just got halted. SYTA. The volume is not. It's not great right now. It may pick up. Okay, I'm just watching this RMTI. See if it can. Okay, here's another one. We saw this one earlier too. ALLT. Saw it earlier here in the basic new highs, and oh, that's right. This is so it had earnings. That's right. This was an earnings play. ALLT. Starting to get this lag again. Just see, do a reset. Getting this lag, just do a reset. See if that helps. Well, guys, we started off rather slowly here. We had one alert at 9:44, and then we almost an hour later for the next one. And now look, I mean, I'm not saying more is better, but it was rather a slow start. And that's in the abnormal option activity or unusual option activity. Ah, I don't know why I'm getting this little lag. It seems to happen later on in the day. Yeah, look at HPR. Thank you, Ija. Look at this pop here for HPR. The reason why it's not showing up anywhere else for me is because the relative volume is still only at 0.96. I'm sure it's going to pick up. Most of my alerts there, so most of my alerts are 2, 3, 4 for relative volume. So you see how that just maybe you didn't see how that just changed. So you're asking me. Here's another one. I mean, you're asking me, is there an entry point? It's an awful looking daily chart. Look how choppy it is. Okay. I mean, I don't. I just look at this and I just sort of take a pass. Sorry. I mean, got as high as 278 yesterday, pulled back. There's to me, there's no statistical edge doing anything right now with HOTH. It's a low float. That's about the best you can say of it if it does want to start to move. Wow, remember EFOI earlier? Man, just a second here. And it got halted. EFOI just got halted. Well, Marcos, if you're in the States, I mean, you have a PDT rule. If you have over $25,000, I guess you don't have to worry. I don't know where you are. If you're in Canada, it doesn't matter, or maybe other countries. But you're like we don't say you have to have a minimum balance for the AI. I mean, that's between you and your broker. Okay, so. But if you're in the States and you're subject to the PDT rules, then, it'll just block you from taking trades once you reach that 3 in a week, I guess. So again, I hope that makes sense. We don't put a minimum balance using the AI. It's your broker. Right here. Pressure Maxwell. We have one of these scans that I'm sharing called the Halts Resumes. Okay. If you want that. I know that, JB. Yes. If you click on my homepage right here, hopefully you can see that, the homepage tab, and then click on my homepage link. And when you do that, you'll see the scans. Okay, here are my scans. And click here, and one of them is the Halts Resumes. Okay, all the scans I'm sharing right there. Okay? Oh, I don't know what to do. I mean, you filters. I mean, it's hard for me to know. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, you might have some filters that were blocking it. You know, could be a relative. Could be a number of things blocking it from happening. Typically, that's the reason. You know, you'd have to look at the filters that were in place when it, if you're saying when it crossed 58 cents, and see if all your filters were met. The software rarely makes a mistake on the alerts. Okay, I mean, if all the filters are met, and you know, and then you have your alert as a new high or whatever that alert is, rarely, you know, because what happens is people ask us all the time, how come I did not get an alert? They send us their cloud link, and we look, and they've got some filter that is preventing the alert from happening. Oh, Sidhu, that's a too general question. I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, you know, you'd have to look, well, to see your alerts, just, you know, right click, configure, and check to see, you know, what you've got in there. But, you know, for me to find out why it didn't happen yesterday is, well, it's not saying it's impossible, but it's just some filter you had in there prevented it. Mr. Squeeze, you are back. Okay, I actually answered your question earlier. I guess you weren't around. So this is what I would do. I would take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay? Okay, so are you talking about my new highs and lows in momentum, Sidhu? Because there's a very simple answer. I don't look at anything under $1. If that's what you're talking. If you're talking about my new highs or momentum, I don't look at anything under $1. Yeah, so those 20 short lessons, if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So literally, you know, creating the top list, the alert windows, multi-strategy windows, customizing charts, you know, all the basic features are covered right there. So I really encourage you to take a look at that. Oh, no problem. Well, then that's the reason. So the price was under $1. Yes. And as I always say, this is a template that I like to use if you want to, you know, and I'm sharing all these scans, but of course, if you want to make a change, you know, this price range, I'm not just talking about to you, Sidhu, but to anybody. You know, if you don't like that price range, you have a different price range in mind, change it. You know, really simple. You just, you know, change it and then save it. You have a different volume. You want to reduce or increase the relative, you know, you can make changes. This is just what I like to see, but doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. All right, guys. Time is at 1:43, and today is Tuesday, so it is marketing meeting day at Tuesdays and Thursdays at 2 o'clock. I hope it's not going to go on too long. Meanwhile, look at this one. Want to get everything in here. Bio High Tech Global. So we were talking Bio High Tech Global Inc. out of the United States. Look at the volume that is coming in. Look at the room. So let's take a look left on that weekly chart, and we see 235. That is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. I mean, I guess if it took that out for whatever reason, then the next high is way up here at 430, 440. So somebody asked, how do I know what the next high is? So here's an example. So you just look on the chart. You just, and you can just look at the candle and you can see what the high is. Look at the volume it came in. I mean, it's traded 2 million shares today, and almost half, well, over half of it's right here. Well, GKK, if you're still in the room, all we had to do was buy Mara way back here at, oops, I'm using you as a stock. You're not a stock yet. All we had to do is, buy that Mara down here when we were all talking about it. You were alerting us to it, and just say okay. 10 bagger. I still made money on it. I'm still, you know what? I mean, I'm still happy. Not as happy as I could have been, but okay, Paradox, I'm following. EFOI, man, it's a little bit interesting, I mean, it got halted on the way up, and then it got halted on the way down. And usually that's kind of it. And now, but look at this. I mean, it just got halted probably on the way down, maybe on the way up. I guess on the way up, but it's got some resiliency. Oh man, this is going crazy now. EFOI is just going crazy. So the next high looking left on the weekly is way up here. Well, way up. A little over $2 away, $2.50 away. Well, definitely something happened with me a little while ago, Emmanuel. I seem to be okay now. Okay, but all of a sudden the whole program froze, which has never happened to me. Well, it's happened, but usually I have to. Oh man, usually I have to stop the program and come back in, but it unfroze on its own. So I can't answer that if it's a general, if it's happening all over. In the last little while, I've been okay in terms of the charts. Well, there's a little lag now. Yeah, I've noticed. I don't know what's going on. I mean, in this marketing meeting, which is not really a marketing issue, but I will bring it up. And there might be something happening. I don't know. Yeah, that can happen. I know what you mean. The channel bar, or like sometimes you just don't even see it. Yeah. Look at AGRX. Too bad this is here. Look at this. I mean, if this weren't here, can you imagine? I mean, AGRX Probably some resistance, about 20 cents away on that weekly chart. But if that weren't there, if it were all down here, then you could look left and boy, it's almost up to $5. I wouldn't restart. Just do a reset. Okay, try a reset from your account. Do a reset. Okay. Well, glad they're back. That you didn't lose them, so that's good. Syntex Industries, SINT. I know this has been, look how choppy this was the last few days. Again, one of these ones, these topping tails, they could not hold the gains. And if it means just beautiful, that means you have shorted it. No shorts available for me at Interactive Broker. So your Fidelity is starting to have the shorts that Interactive Brokers is not having. Some. Yeah, so JB, you might have to do either try do a reset of your connection or reload Trade Ideas. Somebody else had the same issue. When they reloaded, everything came back, so yeah, don't know what's going on. Well, even with a restart, so this is something I won't be able to help you with, JB. Obviously, hopefully, if you do another one, they'll come back. No kidding, HPR. Wow. So we've seen some of these. So how are these other ones? Some of these smaller ones doing? Well, you must have got you got a quick short out of that BHTG, obviously. I know. Well, yeah, about 20 cents maybe. Shouldn't have to do that, JB, but go ahead. Obviously, it shouldn't have any bearing. You shouldn't have to restart your PC, but oh man, I wish this weren't here. I wish that little area on that weekly chart for AGRX was not there. I just think that's probably going to block at 384-ish. Wow, BHDGs. Supersonic now, guys. It took out that high right there that I thought might block it. Not even close. This is not an optionable one, so that's why it's not showing up in the options. Wow. All right. Well, congratulations for those of you who kept after Sundial SNDL. You know, with that big float, but it has definitely moved with the cannabis plays. You know, it took a while for it to finally break $1 for good, but today is definitely having its day. Huge float. It's a big float for $1 stock, 712 million. But I know a lot of you were watching that one. See how MJ is doing. Also, just the actual index. Wow, look at that. Well, we're really it's certifiable breakout now. Look at this. I mean, it's only 2 days now for that candle, and this is for MJ cannabis ETF. Almost a triple. Oh, Paradox, if you private message me, I can't see it anymore. There's a bug in this system. I cannot see it anymore. Ah, okay, now I see it. Sorry. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, I can see it. Okay. Okay, you can post it here or okay, but I've got to go now. I have to go now. So, in fact, can't do it now, Paradox, because I've got to go now and I've got to leave this open. I can't have the private chat. So maybe when I get back, because I've got to go to this marketing meeting. So okay, okay, Monday. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on. All right, guys, I'm back, and well, I'm continuing to watch this SOS. You know, I wish I hadn't done this, but I'm continuing to watch the SOS and see if it takes that out again. These two highs right there at what was it, three? I'm sorry, 435, 435. So I'm going to reset my alert right there at 435 again. It took it out briefly, and I almost hopped in it, and I don't know why I backed off. To be honest, I was going to take this trade, but you know, I'm in this marketing meeting, so I knew I couldn't pay complete attention to it. But I've reset the alert 435. See if it takes it out again. Meanwhile, I noticed that CYCC just had some big move here. Lots of volume came in. Look at the volume that came into CYCC. On this bar right there, 1.38 million shares. I mean, that is more than a third of the volume for the day. And yeah, well, we have 20%, 5 million, but whatever. It's going to be low and high. No, that's okay. That's fine. I mean, some of these numbers for these ones with very low floats are really, you know, I've said this before. You go to 10 different websites, I almost guarantee you'll get 10 different numbers. Exactly. I mean, it might be, usually we're not out a magnitude of 10 or something like that, but yeah, there is definitely short interest and a low float. So that's the key. And look, I mean, look. Last week the high was 1042. So yeah, I mean, it's right there. Is that right? 1042? 1062. I'm sorry, 1062. So let's put an alert right around that area and see if it takes it out. I think I have an alert at 1071. See if it takes that out. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, guys, so we're getting a little bit close to the end here. So I'm just going to, again, put the announcement in, closing the room at 3. And just to quickly go over from my homepage, I'll pop that into the YouTube room also. Okay, so from my home page right there, there's the tab, Barry's home page right there. You click on that link, and a lot of information from my home page, including, you know, how you can take out a subscription right there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I've already done my recap. All the scans I'm sharing, all of the scans right here, okay? All the scans that I'm sharing, and a lot of education links, including this one, the 20 lessons in 20 days. It won't take 20 days, but just all the basic features of trade ideas, you know, creating top lists, alert windows, etc. The daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Of course, here's the free trading room. Daily webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, all archived. Sign up for them all right there. Education videos right here, and some ebooks right here. So a lot of information from my home page that can be accessed from that tab right there called Barry's homepage. Okay? Yeah, I had a surprise visit from our cable company. It was supposed to be an hour later, but they showed up a little early, so I had to shut the room down. That's all. No, I'm in Western Canada. Rogers is not out there. All right, guys. I'm going to continue to watch this SOS. When I shut down the room, that's going to be kind of my focus to see whether or not this takes this out with some volume. It's getting very interesting because again, I don't know if it's an all-time high. I don't know what the situation. I think this is a symbol name change. This is what happened. This is a symbol name change. And we miss you, Sam. So, wow, it's getting close, guys. It's getting close. So again, if you have any questions for me, I will stay. I will always stay after 3 if there are some questions. So, any questions for me, ask them now. Yeah, I don't do very much after-hour trading. This is what would get me involved in, say, SOS after hours, as an example. If it closed near the high, and all of a sudden you started getting some volume, But out of the clear blue, if I haven't been following a stock during the day, more than likely I'm not going to take an after-hour trade. It would have to be something that I've been kind of tracking to see then if it closes, near the highs, and then if all of a sudden after hours, we get some volume and you can just start to see a surge. I don't trade after hours that much though. My thoughts on, okay, I've got a couple. OGI, of course, the cannabis play. Just getting this little lag here. We are aware of it. So it struggled to get through 5. That was one, I remember seeing this earlier today, and I thought, well, it might struggle getting through 5, and it's pulled back a little bit. I mean, I don't know my thoughts. I mean, obviously the whole cannabis sector is hot. If you believe that cannabis is going to keep moving, then, it's probably not it's a bad look. It's got some room still, but it has pulled back quite a bit. And EFOI, well, that's a wild one. I mean, I don't know if what did it hit? 980, 972, it's pulled back. I don't know. I mean, you have to see. I don't know why this did what it did. I mean, it's extraordinary volume for it. Can it continue? I have no insight whether it can continue or not. But it's extraordinary volume for today. Out of nowhere, and I still don't see I don't see any specific news. I'd like to see some news associated, but I just don't see any. The other one that I'll be watching tomorrow, I took a small loss on this one earlier, is this MFGP. It had earnings today. Not bad. I mean, it's up 7%. It's a big float. I want to see tomorrow, though, if it has an extension, continuation off earnings. Because if you look at the weekly chart, look how much room it's got. You know, I mean, it's basically it's kind of at the highs. I mean, the pre-market highs were up to 740. So I mean, it's really not done too much. But if it can get going again tomorrow, I mean, just look left. I mean, it's got room to. I think it's going to get to 1470, but it's got all this area now that it could possibly fill in. So this will be definitely something I'll be watching tomorrow. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this moves now. SOS. Do I like Evoke? I don't know. Let's see. I know it triggered earlier. Yeah, so see, look what it did. I mean, this is, you know, it got right up into this resistance area. That's exactly what you can see, that topping tail right there got right into this area and stalled it. So I think this, you know, this is the one. I did see this one. Yes, this was early from the normal options. It did get, now listen, if I had known it was going to go from 432 up to 480, I would have taken the trade, of course. But I kept looking at it and thinking this was, or sorry, up here was going to stall it. And it did, and it has come right back down. So I don't know what to say. So do I like it now? No. Okay, guys, give me a moment, please. Kodak again. Well, you know what? I mean, we kind of kid about this one, but if it could ever get out, let's stick a price alert right around 4. I mean, it's giving up a lot, but 1447. So see right there, there's a little high there, one last week, one the week before. You know, if it's ever going to get really going, then if it takes that out, you never know. So that's just going to stick that price alert around 1450 or so for Kodak. I'm not, you know, if I were ever going to get into this, this would not, you know, there's a CYCC, guys. Huh. It just took out that that high right there of yesterday. Yeah, so getting back to Kodak, if I'm going to get into this one at all, it wouldn't be for a couple of dollars. I mean, it would be because, okay, I mean, I can imagine it would get back up to this level again, but even if it got into the, you know, the high teens, yeah, CYCC is volume coming in again, more volume coming in again. So, you know, again, that 5 million, it's only traded well, only, but it's 5 million. Half of it's right here, and it's starting to surge again. But, as Trader Billy says, what is the spread like? Spread's not terrible, but it could be very wild. Well, guys, SOS is either going to really take off or it's not. How's that for being deliberate? But seriously, I mean, SOS, it's right at these levels. I mean, right at the levels. You know, we're at the high right there. The high of the last 2 days. It's a nice bottoming tail, actually. You know, sellers tried. They tried like heck to knock it down. Buyers have taken over today, for the time being anyway. Meanwhile, yeah, CYCC. Wow. You know, this is now violent, but up, violently up. This SALM, let's see what happened here. So again, out of nowhere, SALM, lots of volume, got halted, pulled back a little bit. Guys have been talking about VISL. Yeah, real choppy on that 15-minute chart, but yeah, it's not a good day. Obviously, a good day. 20 million in the float. Very choppy on that 15-minute chart. Oh, look at that void, guys. I mean, CYCC, where is this going? Look at that void looking left on that weekly chart. And then the pullback. So look at that. I mean, 1140, 1145, all the way down to 1082, just like that. 2-minute candle, chopping up and down. But look at the void. Again, this glue is a buyout by, how did Electronic Arts do today? EA. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good, actually. Up $4. All right, guys, I'm just getting set to wrap this up. Are there any last minute questions? Should call it last minute. Are there any questions? Depends how you okay, same configuration. Depends how, are you 100% sure same configuration? Because sometimes it's a server sort. Also, you have to, also they may be updating at different times. Remember, they update every 30 seconds. So if it's not, I mean, if they're not exactly synced, you can get different results. You know, sync time-wise, because they're going to update every 30 seconds. Okay, why don't you pop the cloud link in here and let me take a look at one. Well, I'll look at them both just to see. It shouldn't be totally different, but you know, If you put the cloud link in here, I can take a look at it. Or them. You're welcome, Mohammed. So are you going to put the cloud links in so I can take a look at them? Okay, so can you hear me? I haven't put myself on mute. JG is doing something right now. Okay, so I don't want to leave unless I just want to make sure. Did you hear me? I asked if you could put the cloud links in so I could take a look at them. Or maybe you don't know how to do that. If that's the case, just let me know. All right, so just right click on your window, okay? Right click, save or share to cloud. Click on the save and share, okay? This should be okay. I don't know, you might not get the same. Say okay, and then Control V. Control V to paste the link in here so I can take a look at it. Okay, so again, right click, save or share to cloud, save and share, and just say okay. And then paste it in, Control V it in so I can look at it. And I'll put them side by side and let's take a look. Okay, can you do that? Maybe, did I go too quickly? Okay, well, I'm not sure how I can help you. I'm not sure. Can you hear me? I know you can hear me, or you seem to be able to hear me. Again, just right click on the topless window, save or share to cloud, save and share. Okay. Okay, and then watch what happens when I'll just Control V. We might be having an issue. Okay. I think we're having an issue. Save and share. Okay. Let me try it again. Nope. Okay. There it pasted. I must have just... And there it is. There's the link. Okay. So that's how you do it. Well, maybe we should do it tomorrow, okay? It seems like you're having problems, so maybe we'll take this up tomorrow. Just remind me, all right? Because I'd be interested. I'd love to see the two side by side. And you're saying they're exactly the same, but giving completely different results. There's usually a reason for it, and I could probably figure it out, but I would have to see them side by side. All right, guys, we will do this tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So hope everybody has a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Let me just get the announcement here.